Hello, how are we? I hope you're all well out there. Welcome to the alternate corner. Please do me a favour, please like and subscribe. Um, that would be wonderful. No whinging in the chat. And already I've seen Lady Di here, so already a whinge. Hello, Lady Di, how are you? Morning, Sarah P. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Thank you for the links as always. Morning, Marvel Bandit Sue. Hope you're doing well. Hello, lovely Crystal. Here early for once. Hope you're doing well. Bad Dazza, I know you're doing well. Julie, I answered your question. There you go. Hope you're well. Just Jugs, I hope you're well as well, my darling. Hope everyone's well anyway here today. Does that close the whole poll? I don't know. But anyway, I'll leave it for now anyway. So, Lady Di, hope you feel better soon, my darling. Hope you feel better soon. I will still abuse you as always, but yeah. Boston, how are you doing, Dave? Blue collar Dave, how are you, fella? Hope you're well, buddy. I'm very well, thank you, bud. Oh, we are waiting. So, just to recap, the judge sent the jury home. Sorry, that's not true. That's not true. The judge gave the jury the option on Friday, if you remember, to go back, choose a floor four person, which they did. Then they had to come back into court, and then they had to let the judge know whether they wanted to continue for the night or whether they wanted to go home and start again today. And they decided to come back today. Now, I do believe today is President's Day and it's celebrated in many states, not all states. I believe in Georgia, they took President's Day holiday during Christmas, so that's why they're working today. And for whatever reason, maybe the judge was not available this morning. The jury have been asked to come back in at 12:30, so right now, basically. So they're supposed to be back in court at 12:30, and they're supposed to start deliberating today. Hello, hippie chick. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend, hippie chick. Um, so I noticed with the poll that a lot of you think it's going to be today, the verdict, and it'll be not guilty. I believe the only reason that we won't have a verdict today is if it's a hung jury. I believe. I believe that if it's a hung jury, we won't have it today. But otherwise, I do believe we'll have a verdict. So, just a reminder that in Georgia they can go all night long. There is no cap to the time, so they can go on till 2 a.m. in the morning if they want to. So, obviously, that's at the discretion of the judge. But from what she did on Friday, she allowed them to deliberate if they wanted to. They decided not to. But also, the jury might say by 8 o'clock, we don't want to carry on, we're going to come back tomorrow. So, there's. I like that. I like that the jury can actually also dictate. Because if they're too tired, what's the point of carrying on? Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting. I do plan on I believe the judge will come on record. I believe so. We'll see. So, um, we shall see if she does come into court. I believe that they will because they probably want everyone to know we are now in session. Oh shit, wrong one. I just did a boo boo already. Happy days. Right, hang on, bear with me. Bear with me. I need to delete the post. How do I delete the post? Oh fuck. Oh no. Right, go in here then. In here. Oh shit. Right, I've just done a boo boo. Hang on. Bear with me, people, whilst I try and fix my fuck ups. Shit. Fuck. How have I done that? Is Twitter down for everybody else? Because Twitter's massively messed up for me. Is it sing for everybody else? I don't get this. Oh, fuck. I think I've just fixed it. Oh my days, this is a fucking shambles. Hello KD, hello everybody. Sorry people. Hello Rehab, how are you doing? Try not to be annoyed that I'm working today. I'm sorry to hear that, my darling. So I've only literally I'm just trying to post something and I don't understand why he does this to me. Oh, this is not what I wanted right now. Share. Maybe that will work, I don't know. This is the problem when you try multitask. Motherfucker, done it again. It's done it again. It's done it again. I'm trying to post the link, but it keeps messing up. It keeps posted on my other channel. Right, let's do it off my phone then, see if it... No. I made it. Mine worked when I posted you on Twitter. Yeah, I only on there just to post this thing, but he's posted on my other channel, on my other account. I don't want to post on that account. I want to post on this account. Right, let's try this way then. Oh, you... What a... Right, I am annoyed with Twitter. Oh, I don't use Twitter. This is why. Live for GAV Edrick. Judge. Okay, I'll just post that. I can't. Okay, post it. Anyway, so it was down, wasn't it? Yeah, I've been trying to post this for ages. I try not to use Twitter, if I'm being honest. I just use it for certain things. Like I'd like to post, if I remember it, I like to post the links for the stream. But other than that, I don't really use it. Thank you, Bud Daz. I appreciate you for sharing that as well. I'll repost it. Oh, right. Let's get back into it. Where we at? What we doing? Why are we so mad? I don't know why we're so mad. I'm gonna play the defense closing today as well, by the way. Hello, Mexi. How are you doing? Who are you calling honey? Me or Badaza? So, Sarah P, I did 2 readings today. 127 over 92 and then 124 over 82. So, not bad today, not bad. Until now, I should do a reading now. It's probably my blood pressure's through the roof again, probably. Anyway, I'm just waiting to see if this court will come on or not. Let me double check here. Mex says, hello, you beautiful people. Trust me, they're not all beautiful. Badaz is not beautiful. He's gorgeous. Gorgeous. Because he's gorgeous. Mex, he'll do anything for him. Right, let's have a look, see what's on Twitter then, if there's anything from Law and Crime or something to say if the court has started early. Boom, boom. No, nothing. Just says it resumes at 12:30, so. It is much better. It's back to normal, Sarapy. I'd say it's back to normal. So yeah. Do you all like my little box? Cardboard box in there? Oh shit, how have I done this now? That's supposed to go there. So if you see the bottom of the screen, the rules are back on. I did that this morning. Oh shit, you're playing quizzes again. Okay. Enjoy your quizzes. So yeah, I think my plan is, because we don't know. I personally think it's going to take about 2 hours to get a verdict. Maybe I have got rose tinted glasses on. I don't know, but I believe. So according to what's her name, Sylvia or Saffron or whatever her name is, whatever that woman's called in the court, she said that she's never seen such a diverse mix of jurors, which is good, I think. And she also said that there is more men than women. Because I've heard there's more women, I've heard there's more men, but she's confirmed that there's more men than women. She didn't say the exact number. I believe there were 2 women and 1 man as an alternate, which have been sent home. But yeah, the 12 that have been, the 12 jurors, apparently they're very diverse. Very diverse. So, Darcy doesn't count as qualify his answer. I don't know what you're all talking about. I love the fact that, you know, I can stream anything and you guys are just, you ignore me and you go there, hey Rhonda, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you, Rhonda. New Hampshire bound for an appointment. Good luck to your appointment, Rhonda. Hope it's going well, and say hello to Chris from me and all of us at the Alternate Corner. Hope it goes well for you, Rhonda. Yeah, welcome to the Alternate Corner, everybody, where the chat just plays quizzes whilst I try and stream a trial. But the chat don't give a fuck. So, I want to see if the court comes on before I do anything else. I'm also looking at what the next trial is. And there is a possibility I found the next trial. I'm just waiting to see if it is been streamed or not. I don't know. It's a trial from Florida. They're in jury, selecting jury right now, but none of that's been streamed. There's barely nothing online about it. But they said that it will be streamed, but doesn't say by who. But if it is, then it's a Florida one. It's a murder trial in Florida. But I'm just waiting to see if it is going to be streamed or not. That will be, if it is streamed, I'll stream it. If not, then I won't. I'm not going to stream for much. But yeah, that's the way I look at it. But it is going to be, that one as well is a a murder case from the early 2000s. So it's a little bit of a cold case as well. So that's a little bit bizarre as well. So, but yeah, we got it. We ignore you like you ignore us. Who said that? You are just a place for the rest of us to get together and chat. Fucking motherfuckers, all of you, all of you. That's fine. You do that. That's fine. That's fine. Right. Come on, Court. Are we right? Let me check Twitter again because normally Kathy Ruston says something about it. I am pleased jury do the right things today. Please come back with a not guilty verdict. That's all I can ask of. Please come back with a not guilty verdict. Please do the right thing. And I think because of that, I believe that they should come back within less than 2 hours. Who says they love me? I saw it there. Sarah P says, "You know I love you, Dylan. Try to get back in my good books now." I was about to unsubscribe from Sarah's OnlyFans. That's why I said I'm unsubscribing from your OnlyFans, and she's like, "Oh, you know I love you, Dylan." Um, that's fine. I will tease. I barely even watch chat if I'm being honest with you, so it's fine. It's just now I'm just waiting to see if the court comes on or not. That's why I'm a little bit like, what's going on? It's supposed to be there, or have they just gone straight to deliberations? You know, they don't tell us anything. Please tell us something, so then at least we know what's going on, and then we can just move on and do something else. So they could have started deliberations. I have no idea. There's nothing on Twitter, and there's nothing being said on stream. So, oh, what's her name again? I can actually check on hers. I can actually check on hers. Bollocks. I can check on hers because she's at court. What's her name? I forget her name. Right. Edgar. What's his name? Edgar. Um, Edgar Faust. What is the woman's name that's in court? She might be able to update this because I don't. I don't follow her, so I don't. Oh my god, this. Why is this playing up? Why is Twitter playing up today? Hmm. I don't know. For some reason, Twitter's not working for me. So, anyway, let's go back. Hello, Andriel. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're doing well. Hello, Bex. See you next Thursday. What else is happening? Let me move to live chat. I was trying to search stuff. Hello, Dave. Dave Hamburger's in the house. How are you doing, Dave? Shut the fuck up. What? Is Jonathan in the house? I saw someone say digital. I can't see him yet, but oh, here he is. Howdy, neighbours. How are we doing, Jonathan? I'm trying to look for what was her name, the woman that is in the courthouse that's doing live updates. But chat is fucking useless, so they don't help me. Also, Twitter doesn't help me because Twitter's doing a thank you, infamous Sylvia. Thank you, Katie. You are a legend. Thank you. I don't care what everyone else says about you. I think you're a legend. Thank you, Katie. You see, everybody? Stop picking on Katie. She's amazing. I don't care what you all say about her from now on. I think she's amazing. Right. Let's have a look, see what she's saying. Okay, so all jurors are here, 12:38. So they've started at 12:38. So they've been deliberating for 12 minutes. Defense attorneys have gone to lunch. Okay, well, hang on. Let's give her credit because why am I doing this? No, right. Oh shit. Let me move myself. Hang on. Let me make this bigger, ladies, for you. So she says she'll be at Athens. So this is infamous Sylvia. Oh shit. Let me make myself smaller again then. Hey, Andrielle, nice to see you, my darling. She said, I'll be in Athens, GA, Georgia, covering the Edrick Faust verdict. Jury deliberations start at 12:30. Cold case, high stakes, real justice on the line. Tap in to my YouTube and share. Let your voice be heard. So, verdict watch. All jurors are here. 12:38 begin. So they began 12:38 Eastern. And she says that the defense attorney has gone to lunch. Edrick Faust did not come into the courtroom, so Edrick himself did not come in to the courtroom. So, right, I've just literally just now this second got a notification to say I'm live. Literally 25 minutes after I started, I got a notification saying I'm live. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So anyway, thank you to Infamous Sylvia. I will keep her in my back pocket and I'll keep refreshing as and when, because that'll be interesting to keep up to date with some of her goings on, to see what's happening in court, because this court's not saying anything to us. Fascinating case, definitely not guilty. Happy days, Linda. Thank you for that, Linda. Okay, so yes, we'll keep an eye out for infamous Sylvia. Right. How am I useless? Bex, you are always useless, but in a good way. We wouldn't change you because I don't think we could. Right. Let's go there. Let's listen then to the closings again from. I don't want to listen to the prosecutor's closing. I couldn't give a shit about his closings because he's a lying piece of shit, and my blood pressure will go through the roof. But I do want to listen once again to the defense closings because we've got time, so might as well listen to it. Oh, who's that? Hello, Jar Love. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Many have tried and failed. I know, I spoke to your husband on the weekend and he's like, please take her from me. She's a fucking pain in the ass. I was like, I'm not touching her because I know how much of a pain in the ass she is. So, right, we'll do this now. I've got the other trial in the background. Let's listen. Oh, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put on my phone so that if things do come up and they come back to court, we can switch straight back to it. That's what we'll do. But please make sure you like the stream as well. I would really appreciate that. It does help me out, even if you don't like me. Like it. If you don't like me, fucking unlike it. It's fine. Thumbs down. Whatever. Anyway, here we go. Let's listen to it once again. And just a reminder for those that are watching for the first time, they did plan on putting a defense on, but they basically got knocked back for everything. They weren't allowed to touch anything. So they didn't put any witnesses up because they had witnesses there and on WebEx waiting, but the judge, the corrupt mofo, decided no, you can't do anything. So here we go.
I want to thank you all. In regards to the state's comments regarding what we say, I agree. Okay, so if you heard things in opening that didn't come out during the trial, I agree. You cannot consider that. One thing you will learn is, or as Mr. Yalamachili said, the state has the burden. So typically we decide what we're going to present based on what we feel is the strength of the state's case. The case presented to you these last 3 weeks, including jury selection, is what can only be described
Hello, Josie.
as a story of negligence, a carelessness for the life and the death of Ms. Baker that extends far past indifference. As you've heard through this trial, we have brought you more facts about Ms. Baker than the state. We've brought you information regarding how Ms. Baker was, that she believed in justice, that she believed in fairness, and that she believed in listening to everything before making a decision. She's similar to a jury. The state is bringing Mr. Faust before you today to accuse him of crimes that he did not commit. And of course, you don't just take my words for it, you look at the evidence. The state presented no evidence that Mr. Faust, if it's his DNA, you have to decide if it's his DNA, and we'll get into that. But the state presented no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA means murder. The state presented no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA means rape. The state presented no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA means burglary. The state presented no evidence that Mr. Faust's DNA means arson or any of the other charges that they charged him with in this indictment. Mr. Faust and everyone involved in this case would like to thank you for your time, your dedication, and your willingness to put 100% of your attention into this case. And put aside your very, we understand how important it is, but your very important personal and business matters. But most of all, I want to thank you all for your courage. Because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. And that's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, not anybody in this courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense between an innocent man and a system that has tried to break him. They falsely accused him, and that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases. It was corrupted by political pressure and a need to avoid admitting a mistake was made or mistakes were made in the initial investigation that you all heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to bottom. In our opening statement last week, we told you what questions to ask. We gave you a list of questions in our opening statement that the state would need to answer. And we warned you about the questions. We told you that the state will not be able to answer these questions with the evidence that they presented. And we begged you to try to answer those questions with the evidence that the state had presented. Those questions were, how does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being present in Ms. Baker's body, and again, you have to determine what the facts are. You may say it's not his DNA, but we're going to say worst case scenario if you say it is. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being present in Ms. Baker's body, along with 2 other DNA profiles, establish that he is the person that killed Ms. Baker? The next question, when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Ms. Baker's body? Where's that evidence? If Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, how did Mr. Faust get into Ms. Baker's home? How did Mr. Faust get away from Ms. Baker's home unseen? If he committed the crime in the morning hours, I believe they said between 8 and 8:30 from the testimony in the stand when the individuals were seen walking in the neighborhood. If Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker, why was the hair that was found in her hand, around her body, and on her body that did not belong to her, why was it of Caucasian origin? What evidence does the state have placing Mr. Faust in Ms. Baker's home? How does the evidence that the state has presented to you support that Mr. Faust broke into Ms. Baker's home, sodomized Ms. Baker, viciously beat Ms. Baker, raped Ms. Baker, strangled Ms. Baker, stabbed Ms. Baker in the neck, and set her apartment on fire while Ms. Baker lay dying? If Tara Baker was Chris Melton's future fiance, why would he forget whether she told him she would be alone the night before her death? You have to decide if that's something an individual that's been with somebody for 2 years would forget. Is that something a boyfriend or a husband or a fiance would forget if their loved one was killed due to being home alone? You have to ask yourself, how did Mr. Melton respond to Ms. Baker's death? And you heard the testimony on that, and we'll talk about that. But what I ask you to do is pay attention to the physical evidence. We're going to talk about the physical evidence. Pay attention to the science. The science is the most important thing in this case. The state wants you to believe that the DNA is everything. The science is going to be the most important thing in this case, and we're going to talk to you about the science. Pay attention to the medical facts that were given to you. But also pay attention to the integrity, which is the very essence, the integrity of this investigation.
Just to answer some questions, so just because some latecomers are coming in. So on Friday, they chose a 4-person. They came back into court and they asked to go home on Friday. So they went straight home Friday. No deliberations whatsoever on Friday. They were in today at 12:30 and they began deliberations at 12:38 today. The defense and prosecutors are in the court. Edrick, the defendant, was not in the court this morning or this afternoon. He was not there. So currently they have been deliberating for 25 minutes, essentially 25 minutes. So no deliberations on Friday, and only now are they starting to deliberate. So just to clarify that. So And I'm not showing the state closing because I do not want my blood pressure to go that high again. But if you haven't listened to this, Josie, this is a very good closing.
But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected. Something that should sadden us all. Something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some, and only some, police officers will go to avoid admitting there were mistakes made in the investigation of Ms. Baker's case. To protect their own at the expense of the rest of us. At the expense of Mr. Faust, who is an innocent man. Before we examine the evidence in this case, which we absolutely will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It is the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. And that term, you all have heard it before, but this term isn't just legal jargon. It isn't just a technicality. And it's not a slogan. It is a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The state has the high burden to prove every single element of every single offense that they've charged Mr. Faust with. And they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's important, right? And I'm sorry for stopping it, but, well, I'm not really sorry, but so many people think he's guilty. They all say the same things. Well, how else did his DNA get into her? Well, first of all, the state have, in my opinion, have not proven how it got into her anyway. They're saying that he got in the house and sexually assaulted her. But there's no proof that he entered the house. There's no DNA, no fingerprint, no nothing. No hairs, no anything. So how about the state should prove how he actually did it then? But there's no proof. It's like, trust me, bro. Trust me. He set fire to the place, burglarized it, killed her, everything, just because there's some DNA in her mouth. Even though it could have got there in several other ways. But again, trust me, bro. And that's what I see people on Twitter and social media not understanding, that there are various ways. And just to remind people, the prosecution opposed the defense from stating that somebody witnessed or saw Tara Baker in Athens the night before she died. Because it was hearsay, they said, well, that can't come in. And the judge said, oh yeah, it can't come in. So the defense aren't able to prove it, that happened in Athens, because that evidence is not allowed in. Everything else is allowed in. All the other hearsays are allowed in, but not that. So I hope the jury also see that obviously they don't know about any of this stuff. I just hope that they're not like people on Twitter going, well, how else will you get there? Type of thing. But even if you believe that, half the story, but how does that even say that he killed her? Anyway, there's a lot of stuff here that makes this trial very shoddy.
Which simply means a doubt for which a reason can be given. Not a vague or arbitrary doubt.
I'd take it off. I was playing about with it. Hang on. It's about how much money is donated per week, but I'll take it down. It was just, I'd be played about with my stream, as you can see on the screen. So I was playing about with it.
But a doubt based upon common sense and reasoning, as the state advised you. But I want to emphasize this. because it sounds complicated, but it's very simple. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given. This doubt can be, and the judge will tell you this. What I'm about to tell you, you're going to hear the judge say the exact same thing. This doubt can be based upon a consideration of the state's evidence as a whole, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. And those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're a mandate. They're your obligation. They're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Edrick Faust sits here today, presumed innocent. He's cloaked in the presumption of innocence, and it protects him like a suit of armor from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. And that presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge that comes about, or because somebody has a badge, or because the state has a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the state clears that high burden. The highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That means at the end of this case, at the end of this trial, you think about one or more of the charges. You think, you know what? Maybe that's true. It might be true what the state is saying. Then, if that's your feeling, you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you think it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. Because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meet the extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, guilt beyond a reasonable doubt has best been explained two ways, in two different ways. One is pretty simple. We've already discussed the first way. It's a doubt for which you can state a reason. That's the simple. If you can state a reason for your doubt, that is the first definition of reasonable doubt. But that reason has to be based upon common sense and reason, right? We can't say an alien came down, committed this crime, and left evidence of Mr. Faust being there. That's fanciful. That isn't a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is based upon common sense and reason. So don't violate your oath and say, well, hey, I think it's a conspiracy theory, some other people did it, and they're just snatching up Mr. Faust. Let me make that clear. Some other people that have not been mentioned in this case, some other people in another country, aliens, animals, whatever. That is not a reasonable doubt, because that wouldn't be based upon common sense and reason. But if you could state one reason, a reason to doubt the state's case, your verdict must be not guilty. Now, as a jury, you have rules and principles just like we have them in our homes and in our businesses. We also have them in court. So you find a truthful verdict within the confines of the law that is given to you by the honorable court. So if you want to say the state never presented evidence showing how Mr. Faust's DNA means rape, there's no physical evidence or witnesses connecting Mr. Faust to Miss Baker's home. And also add the fact that Dr. Falzone, who testified here, told us based on the injuries to Miss Baker's anus, she was sexually assaulted anally. Dr. Falzone told us that. And before I follow up with the evidence, I want to mention one thing that is very important. The judge will tell you that you cannot presume that Mr. Faust in any manner acted with criminal intent. The state has to present evidence of that. You can't just say, well, his DNA is present, that's enough for me. It's his DNA. Well, he didn't explain the DNA, so he's guilty. The state has to explain Mr. Faust's DNA. The state charged Mr. Faust with rape. So the state has to show you, how does his DNA mean rape? Otherwise, that presumes criminal intent, and it violates the oath you've taken to follow the law given by the honorable court. The judge will also tell you, to convict Mr. Faust, not only must the facts be consistent with Mr. Faust committing all of the acts in the indictment, but they also must exclude every other reasonable theory other than Mr. Faust's guilt. Chris Melton killing Ms. Baker is not only a reasonable theory, it is supported by the evidence. And I'll start with Ms. Ashley Hinkle. She was the last witness you heard from. If you'll go to the last page on that. And again, no evidence came in about anybody running off, so I don't want you to consider that. You can't consider that. But this is what led us to say our case is where it needs to be. Ms. Hinkle, the states, this wasn't our DNA expert. This isn't somebody we hired. This isn't somebody we paid. This is somebody they brought in to support their case. Ms. Hinkle testified that DNA doesn't last in the anus for 5 days. And you may remember me asking her about the test where they had 5 swabs, and they tested the 5 swabs, and all 5 anal swabs came back negative. But at most, as we have, 3 days. And that's best case scenario. One of the journals said 2 days, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. We'll say 3 days. And the state came before you and said, well, it's a drainage theory. It's a drainage theory. You even had Chris Melton, and you have to decide how he knows this. I don't know where he got it from, but, well, I think I know where he got it from, but you have to decide where he got it from. He took the stand under oath and said, well, my DNA was there probably because of drainage. But this is the issue with the state's drainage theory. If we concede, I don't agree with it, but you have to decide what's truthful and what's not truthful. But if we concede that Mr. Melton was with Ms. Baker on Sunday and DNA only lasts 3 days, his DNA would have been gone by Wednesday. So for Ms. Baker to be killed on Friday and Mr. Melton's DNA to show up, it doesn't fit the physical evidence. It doesn't fit the science. And you may have heard the state ask a question.
Just to point out, I think that's strong. And he elicited that from the state's, one of the state's key witnesses. And that is a strong, strong piece of evidence that resonates with me. How did his DNA get there then? So if you're going to challenge how Edrick's DNA got there, how did Chris's DNA get there? That's more than reasonable doubt. Anyway, do me a favour, hit the like button, people, please. Thank you.
Well, does the clock reset? And you heard Ms. Hinkle say, yeah, but it will require penetration. So if it number one, it wouldn't be there, but let's say hypothetically, it requires penetration. Whose DNA profile was the only identifiable DNA profile in Ms. Baker's anus? It was Chris Melton's. So even if you take Mr. Melton's theory, even if you try to give him the benefit of the doubt, it doesn't match the science. And you actually heard Elizabeth Bigham say that. We have to explain your DNA. It doesn't make sense. The issue is, Ms. Bigham went to a lab way out in California. You heard the young lady come in, Ms. Lapcombe. She was very honest. She said, well, I've never been asked to testify about this. This is a presumptive test. Both of these tests are presumptive tests. This is her first time coming into court. Based on what she said, she has not been called in court to testify about this science at no other time. But what Ms. Bigham does, when Mr. Melton wouldn't change his timeline, she changed it for him. And this is the significance of the DNA in the mouth. If you'll go to the paper before it. I don't know if I wrote this down, but let's see. This is the significance of the DNA in the mouth. So what Ms. Hinkle told us is that DNA in the mouth at longest lasts 24 hours. At longest. So when Ms. Bigham was meeting with Chris Melton saying, hey, we need to explain this because we need to put it on bad guy, we need to explain it because we need to go after the one we want, she knew when Chris Melton was saying, hey, I didn't see her the day before, hey, I didn't see her 2 days prior, hey, I didn't see her that week, that was a problem for their theory. It was a big problem. Because she wants Mr. Faust, whose DNA was at one time was only in the mouth. But she has a problem because Mr. Melton's DNA is in the mouth at that time and the anus. So she doesn't go to a lab in Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina. We're on the East Coast. And we don't know how many labs she went to. We don't know how many times she tried to get this stuff tested and tried to get the opinion she wanted. Maybe she was expert shopping. That evidence didn't come in. We don't know. But we do know they flew someone all the way from California on taxpayer dollars to testify about these tests where this young lady says it's presumptive. This is a presumptive test. This is the evidence they brought you. And the reason they brought you that evidence is because they had to take Chris Melton out of the mouth. But they forgot about the anus. They forgot about the anus. In fact, the state didn't even ask about the anus. If you notice, when they presented their case, they just said mouth and vagina. Is that searching for the truth? The elected district attorney came up here and said, our job is to find the truth. I've given you good and bad facts on our side. Is that searching for the truth? Where you only ask questions in the same manner that Elizabeth Bigham asked questions, whereas to put everything on Mr. Faust. The science does not support that Mr. Faust killed Ms. Baker. The science, the timeline supports Chris Melton. He's continuously lied. Even Elizabeth Bigham had to admit, yeah, I told him it wasn't consistent with what he said 23 years ago, or for the last 23 years. When have you ever in your life, whether it's on television or any experience you've ever had, known law enforcement to tell someone, look, it's not consistent with what you've been telling us, but let me offer a suggestion of what you should say. You've never heard of that. You've never heard of that. If you weren't in this courtroom, you wouldn't believe it. If somebody told you outside that, hey, I heard about this case, you know, the lead detective is telling the individual to lie so they could put it on somebody else, you would say, no way. This guy's nuts. He doesn't know what he's talking about because it sounds so unbelievable. But what doesn't lie is the science and the physical evidence. You heard their expert, not my expert, their expert talk to you about the timelines. I also want to talk about the anus as well. How is it possible that Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy? He doesn't leave his DNA, but he leaves Chris Melton's DNA. How does that make sense? Mr. Faust is charged with aggravated sodomy for anally sexually assaulting Miss Baker, but somehow, some way, he doesn't leave his DNA. He leaves Chris Melton's DNA. That was supposed to be gone because according to Chris Melton, he hadn't seen her since Sunday. That's the question that you all, as jurors, have to answer. Let's talk about Mr. Melton's actions, okay? Mr. Melton came in here, he testified, you know, we had this relationship, we were close, I loved her, and he even came to you all and started trying to cry. He couldn't get the tears out, but he wanted to get you all emotionally riled up. And I told you all, be careful about the emotions in this case because they do want you to get emotionally riled up. However, when I started questioning him, what did he tell us? Yeah, we already went over these questions. Mr. Melton got on this stand, took an oath, gave you a performance, something that he had already started doing with the state before he came in this courtroom.
Hang on a second, Mr. Cruz. Let's wait. Whoever phone that is, that person is going to need to leave the courtroom. Ms. Cruz, just hang on a second, sir, if you would, please.
Does it pause my time, Your Honor?
Your time has stopped. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got you. All right. You may continue.
But he gave you a performance. And I'm sure before cross-examination started, you probably said, oh, my God, this terrible guy, this poor guy. He's so hurt by this. He's finally had opportunity to tell his story until I had opportunity to start asking him questions. And I appreciate him admitting that he met with the state. I appreciate him admitting that he went through these questions with the state. But you have to judge his credibility on the witness stand. Now, let's talk about his actions. We don't even have to talk about his actions in court, because this is 25 years later. Let's talk about his actions the weekend of Ms. Baker's death. So Friday, he goes to the police department. They didn't tell him to come. He voluntarily goes. The state wants to paint that as, oh, he's such a good guy. We didn't have to call him. He just came up here because he just wanted to be a good person. You lose the love of your life. Whose first thought is to run to the police department in a whole nother city? Not to comfort the family, not to call Mrs. Virginia Baker and say, oh, my God, what's going on? His job or his decision is, let me go to the police department. And then Saturday, what did Mr. Bill Teeter tell us? And again, this is evidence. Bill Teeter says he comes to pick up his truck. If I lost somebody when I was dating my wife 2-3 years and something like this happened, this tragic, I'm not thinking about a truck. I'm not going to pick up a car. I could care less about a car. The family wasn't picking up cars, I'm sure. They were trying to put their life back together and figure out what was going on with this shop. But Chris Melton, he's picking up cars. Sunday, well, we don't even have to go to Sunday. Let's go to Monday. Because police tried to emphasize over and over and over and over and over again. He didn't have a lawyer. He didn't have a lawyer. He didn't have a lawyer. What did, I believe her name was Miss Christie. Her old name was Christie Search. I cannot remember her new name. She has a new last name, though. But she worked at the bank. Monday, he's at the bank requesting a loan. That's evidence in this case. Monday, she dies Friday. Monday, he's at the bank requesting a loan. What would you need a loan for on a Monday? Probably legal fees, right? You call a lawyer, hey, police are questioning me about this death of my girlfriend. What's your fee going to be? I don't know. We don't know what he went to the bank for, but that's something you need to consider. Chris Melton went to the bank on a Monday to get a loan. What does he do within a week of Ms. Baker's death?
Do you know what? I hadn't considered that. I was wondering what the whole bank situation was, but you're right. He probably did go to the bank to get a loan for an attorney. I hadn't considered that.
On Thursday, he's at Mrs. Ashley P.V. Hall's house. She testifies to that. On Friday, he goes on 2 dates. Miss Ashley P.V. Hall told us on one of the dates, and she tried to explain it away, well, he's just a flirty guy. He just has a flirty personality. But he's flirting with the girl and he's rubbing her back. Your girlfriend just brutally died a week earlier. Chris and...
That's also very true, because I'm a flirty guy, but I can't even imagine going up to another girl a week later and start stroking her back and her leg and stuff. And I generally am a very flirty person. I would never even think about that.
I mistake things. I'm human. I am not perfect. I believe your notes, trust your notes, you're the jury, you decide the facts. I believe Chris even admitted to calling Ms. Hufford past 10 p.m. And I believe he said that everybody was hurting, if I remember correctly. And that was the reason he was reaching out to her. But actually, if your girlfriend dies a week prior, why are you calling other women at 10 o'clock at night within a week of her death saying, well, you know, if you're out in town, give me a call? Chris's actions support that he was angry with Ms. Baker after her death. Her death supports Chris Melton was angry with Ms. Baker. He told us she didn't engage in anal sex. What other way could you humiliate a person? If that's something she doesn't do, you do it anyway. He's living his life. He's not hurt. He's going on dates. She has a candlelight visual. He skips it. He didn't love Miss Baker. He hated Miss Baker. We don't know why. The evidence didn't come in. But he knows Miss Baker has a candlelight visual. He's this great, dedicated boyfriend. He's just the perfect guy, just the nice guy. But she has this candlelight visual, and what Mr. Melton decides to do is, you know what, it's a country concert in Atlanta. Let me go see, give me a country guy. Who? Let's go see Garth Brooks. My girlfriend just died. Let's do a triple date to see Garth Brooks. And, you know, I'm going to blame it on her pretty much saying, you know, Chris, you don't need to be there. And I think somebody even came in here and tried to explain, well, you know, it was people they worked with. Chris had no need to be there. It is your significant other. Pay your respects if you care. He didn't care. He hated Miss Baker. And the manner of her death supports the exact same thing. You don't have a stranger breaking your house. A stranger, never been there before, just picked your house out of any house in the neighborhood, breaking your house, and kill in this type of manner. This is a overkill. This is a overkill. This isn't a random stranger killing. Somebody wants to steal your car, they shoot you in the head, they take the car. They don't shoot you and keep shooting you and keep shooting you and keep shooting you and keep shooting you. Nothing was stolen out of the house but a laptop. What does a laptop signify? It's personal. It's information on the laptop. This isn't she had diamond earrings in her ear. She had jury in her room. Roommates, jury in their room, money in the room. Nothing's taken. The person that went into Miss Baker's house was either led into Miss Baker's house or they had a key. Now, I asked Elizabeth Bigham about the keys. I said, hey, do you have Miss Baker's keys? What did she say? Yeah, I think so, but I don't know where they are. Or we may have them or they may be downstairs. I asked about the lock. Exact same answer. Now, the significance of those keys is twofold. One was Miss Baker's house key on the key. And I asked Mr. Melton, did you see Miss Baker enter her house? Because Mr. Melton would know what her house key looks like. A stranger wouldn't. A stranger wouldn't break into a house. Court's indulgence. A stranger wouldn't break into a house, take the keys, and say, let me see if this one fits. Nope. Let me try this one. Nope. Oh, this one works. And then run off. That's not something a stranger does. But a person that knows what your keys look like, or who has a key, they know, okay, I can get in and out quick. A stranger doesn't. Stay around and clean up your house. And Dr. Valerie Lowe said it best. She said, it's like somebody knew we weren't going to be at home. How would a stranger just, out of 6 people possibly being in the home, how would a stranger just pick the right time and then have the nerve to stay there and clean the place up? That's not a stranger. That's somebody that knew Miss Baker. That's somebody that was angry with Miss Baker. Miss Baker didn't have a towel near her. She didn't have clothes near her. This was somebody she was comfortable with. And again, whose DNA was present? According to the state, Mr. Melton's DNA is in her vagina and her anus. But for the last 23 years, before Elizabeth Bigham got involved, his DNA was in her mouth and her anus. Whatever you think right, or whatever you think is right, you have to decide. You're the judges of the facts in this case. Now, you know that Chris Melton is a liar. It's been, Ms. Bigham said it. You heard the recording. You heard me ask her questions about the statement she made to him. This is inconsistent with what you said over the past 23 years, and that interview was in 2024. Mr. Faust is a truthful person. During his interview, he was asked about white women that he dated. He named the white woman that he dated, but he also said that he's had plenty of women in his day. And he told the investigators, I don't discriminate. I'm not a discriminatory person. Color doesn't matter to me. Dating, and you got to listen to the questions they ask because they want you to make assumptions. They want you to hear things one time and then start making assumptions. Dating signifies a commitment. They asked him about dating. Chris Melton claimed to date Ms. Baker. Mr. Faust didn't. They asked Mr. Faust, why was his DNA found in the house? Now, at this point, you know Mr. Faust's DNA was not found in Ms. Baker's house outside of it being in her body. They were asking him trick questions to see what he would say. And what did he say? What? My DNA? My DNA? I've never been in a house in Deer Park. I've never been over there. And again, the physical evidence does not lie. The science does not lie. The physical evidence tells you that Mr. Faust is telling the truth. Every single witness in this case that we talked about, what was found in the house, including the microscope, I think he was, I can't think of his name, but the expert who did the microscope with the hairs, he admitted, and I think it's bad science, but you have to decide, he admitted that there were no African American hairs found on, around, or anywhere near Ms. Baker's body. The physical evidence supports that Mr. Faust was telling the truth. The physical evidence supports that Chris Melton is a liar. After telling Mr. Faust that they had warrants for...
Even if you believe that he could have killed her, right? With all the testimony, all the evidence, and all the doubt built around this case, how could anyone ever convict him? I don't know who killed her, but I think it's more likely to be Chris than it is Edrick. So I just, listening to all this, I'm like, how can we convict him?
His arrest. They told him it was for murder, and mind you, let me not skip this point. They had already told him twice. So when you see him talking, he's already been told they have warrants for his arrest. He just isn't to the point where the warrants are for. But after telling him that they had warrants for his arrest for murder and aggravated sodomy, something significant happened, and the state doesn't want you to think about this. Just imagine you're at Walmart, or you're just out and about living your lives. Police come and pick you up. They're talking to you, and they say, you know what? We have warrants for your arrest. We already have the warrants. There's no getting out of it. For murder and aggravated sodomy. Something significant happens, and police are aware of this. You panic because you're scrambling, trying to figure out, oh my goodness, what the heck is going on? But they tell him this, and then they ask him, and it's very important that you listen to what they say, because you have to remember, Elizabeth Bigham is biased. She's already told Chris Melton, before she's met with Mr. Faust, we have to put it on this guy. You have to keep all this stuff into context. The interview with Chris Melton happened, I believe, on May 5th. I believe May 5th or 6th came in on the testimony. May 9th was Mr. Faust's interview. So she's already told Chris Melton, we're trying to get this guy. We have to go after this guy. So it's very important that you listen to the language of the questions that are asked. She asked Mr. Faust if he knew a girl, and this is a paraphrase, from a cold case from 2001. They didn't show Mr. Faust a photo. They have him freaking out. It's a murder warrant, the most serious charge in the state of Georgia. They don't show him a photo. They don't even give him the decency of telling Mr. Faust the young lady's name. So when he says, they say, do you remember him? He says, I seen a paper. I believe he says, I seen a paper when it first happened. And we have a photo we admitted into evidence. I'll show you the media shot of Ms. Baker. Now, mind you, this is 24, 23 years before his interview, so it's been a while since he's seen this, as he said in an interview, but this is the media shot of Ms. Baker. We introduced a photograph, and Mr. Melton testified to it. Yeah, this is how Ms. Baker looked on a day-to-day. But they don't give Mr. Faust the decency because they don't care. They want him to say something so bad that's inconsistent so they could come before you and say, look what he said, look what he said, look what he said. But no, you need to look at what they did. Because it could happen to anybody in this courtroom. Look at what they did. And as soon as he said, man, I don't know that girl, all right, we got him. And now, let me make this clear. They already had the warrants. So I don't want you to think for a minute that they were giving him a chance to explain anything. The warrants were secured before they arrested Mr. Faust. But they could have just showed him this photo. Mr. Faust, do you know this young lady? Have you ever seen this young lady in your life? They didn't even do that. They didn't give him the decency, but they didn't want him to say he knew her. And Mr. Faust could have lied. He could have said, oh yeah, the girl you're talking about from Deer Park, yeah, we talked, we dated. He didn't do any of that. He didn't do any of that. They never gave him an opportunity to understand who they were referring to, but now they want to use the evidence against him. You want to perform a shock and awe type of presentation on somebody, arrest them, tell them they're charged with murder and aggravated sodomy, and then have a gotcha moment. They didn't give Mr. Faust the chances or the grace that they gave Chris Melton. Elizabeth Bigham testified that Chris Melton said 7 times that he last saw Ms. Baker 10 days prior to her death. We went through it together. 1, 2, this is the 3rd time, this is the 4th time, this is the 5th time. 7 times Chris Melton said 10 days. But she comes in here to defend the 5 days because it fits the narrative. What you witness in this courtroom is a tragedy. It's heartbreaking. It's terrifying because this could happen to anybody. I have one. So in this little discussion that we just had, I've given you many reasons to doubt. We probably just discussed about 15 to 20 reasons to doubt the state case. You agree with one, you're done. If you agree with one reason to doubt, you're done. That is a truthful verdict. You must follow the law because that's what you took an oath to do. The second best way to explain guilt beyond a reasonable doubt is you compare it to making the most important decision of your life. And I hope that no one ever has this situation, but I'm sure you're all aware, or you may not be aware, so I won't mention it, but just imagine you have somebody in the hospital, somebody you love, somebody you care about, and they're on life support. And you're the person in the hospital waiting room, and the doctor comes to you.
So they've been deliberating for just over an hour and 4 minutes, and apparently they have a question. So I'm going to flip it back to the other one for a second, because apparently they have a question. So just in case they come back on here, because if they come on, it'll be very quick. But yeah, allegedly there is a question. According to Kathy Russon, she says from Law and Crime, she's presenting Law and Crime, they have been deliberating for over 1 hour. Our photographer says there's a question. So we'll leave it here for a second to see what's happening. I'll try and see if there's anything. Twitter is really playing at people today. It's not working. For whatever reason, it's not working for me anyway. I've just jumped on here. It seems a lot of people are still questioning the DNA. So I see it as people still saying he must have done it because of the DNA. The DNA doesn't lie. And it's like, it's infuriating. Because it's like, how does the DNA get in there? You don't. That's the thing that really bothers me about all of this, is that people can't think for themselves. They just hear the words DNA and go, okay, guilty. They don't care about the other facts or anything like that. They just go straight guilty. I mean, come on, people, use your common sense as well. Make the state work for what they're doing, rather than just going, okay, there's DNA there, let's just vote guilty. Oh, people are so thick. Just to remind everybody that there is a jury question, so that's why I've got this here ready for when they ask the question. If it don't come up in a couple more minutes, we'll see. I know the sun has been very active. Solar flares can affect satellites. Maybe you might be right. It's just frustrating. I can't get anywhere on Twitter. I can't even see anything, barely. I keep running Edrick Faust to see what's going on, and there's nothing coming up. That's scary, honestly. It is scary because you can't just take the words of somebody, like literally, and I don't want to be crude here because we're talking about someone who has died, but like literally, there's more of a chance that she had sex with him, like with the defendant, the night before, than there is about him breaking into the house, having sex with her, burglarizing everything, beating her to a pulp, setting the house on fire, and leaving with no trace whatsoever. But then we got white Caucasian evidence of hairs. We got her ex-boyfriend whose DNA is inside her, and he said he wasn't there for 10 days, but that's a lie. It's saying the DNA in the anus. Like, there's just so much here. It's just like, it's just unbelievable. It's not. Bex also just say he could very well have had sex with her legally. Like, he could very well have. He was slinging it about, and there are cops who have been planting DNA, for sure. Planted DNA. They may have researched it and gone, do you know what? He was in prison. This guy was in prison all those years ago. Let's plant his DNA on there. I'm not saying that's what happened. I think that's a far stretch in this case. But if DNA doesn't lie and the only thing they're counting on, then why isn't the ex-boyfriend charged too? Because apparently, lovely, they expect to see his DNA in her. But then the way that this attorney finishes his cross, I think is great. And we'll listen to it in a second again. I might go back to it now because we're still waiting. But there was a witness that witnessed it in Athens. Do you know what I mean? If you're having an affair, will you tell everybody? I don't know. Maybe you would. I don't know. It's just the only evidence in the house is Chris's. But they pin it on this guy because his DNA was in her vagina. He did not sexually assault her in the anus, but she was allegedly sexually assaulted in the anus. Whose DNA was in the anus? Chris. So, I just think it's bizarre. Anyway, please make sure you like the stream to help out the channel. Thank you very much, everybody. Thumbs up, thumbs down, wherever it is, it all helps. It doesn't really matter. They both help. So please do one or the other. They have a question, but they haven't. I just don't see it. This closing is very good, and it's reminding me about stuff, So, right, I'll go back to the closing again because they haven't come back yet. I'll jump back on that when they are back in.
And the doctor says, pull the plug. If you could look at that doctor and say, doctor, go ahead and pull the plug. You've answered all of my questions. I believe, or I know Chris Melton's alibi was confirmed. I know that because I trust Chris Melton, just like law enforcement trusted Mr. Melton, or Chris Melton, excuse me. They said it did not have to be confirmed, so doctor, I believe the exact same thing. I'm going to ignore that the FBI told ACCPD, and that was from that testimony came in through Mr. What was the gentleman's name? With the report. I cannot think of the gentleman's name. The testimony came in through Griffith. I asked Griffith about the FBI asking him to search Mr. Melton's hard drive. And what did Mr. Griffith tell us? Despite FBI saying, hey, this guy hasn't been ruled out, he's saying, well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know best. His alibi is confirmed. Don't worry about it. The FBI didn't clear him. But you may say, doctor,
I paused it because Edrick Faust has just entered the courtroom. He's just been escorted into the courtroom with shackles on. So he is in his shackles, as we currently see. So they must be coming back on the record in a minute. So let me just refresh this to make sure. But the defendant, Edrick Faust, has just entered the courtroom in shackles. So they'll take a little bit of time to take the shackles off, get the attorneys in, and that. I think he did have sex with her, maybe a one-night stand, or if he doesn't, or even remember it, or barely remembers, I'm sure a lot of us have been there. Imagine 25 hours later, they come and ask about it. Yeah, I think that's more logical than what is being presented right now. I do think that is, I think that is very lovely. You are so nice. So many people do hit the dislike button. Hung? No, it won't be hung, Angel. Not yet. There's a question, Angel. Well, it might be hung by the end, but this is a question, so we'll see. I hope it's not hung. I mean, I know you ladies like a hung, but I hope it's not. I go back to his interview as well, because he said he only dated one Caucasian woman, but before that he said, yeah, I mean, I used to sleep with anything. I did not discriminate. Any hole is a goal. Do you know what I mean? As in, whatever the ethnicity, I will poke it in there, type of thing, As crude as that is, that's the truth. So I bet you he's probably slept with hundreds of women. He probably does not know their names, remember what they look like. So we don't always get names or remember them, but yeah, so just a reminder, he is now in the court. Edrick is in the court, so I presume they're going to go live hopefully in the next minute or so. They are still waiting for the defense. They're waiting for Mr. Cruz and Mr. Hill. That's what they're waiting for. They're still not in there. Come on, please show us the court, everybody. So we're just waiting for court to be. So Kathy still says the jury had been deliberating just under an hour when they indicated they had a question, waiting for court to be called into session. So everyone's there except for the defense. So just the defense. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Hill are not there yet. I wonder. Look, these questions can help also dictate what they're thinking and stuff. A heartbeat, yes. It starts as a question. Usually, when a jury says they're hung, yes, but I don't think it's that. They can't come back and say they're hung in under less than an hour. Um, I would be very worried if they're coming in and saying we can't decide, and it's like 50 minutes in. I would be very, very dumbfounded by that. So I hope that's not the case, because that means they're probably split then, and that probably means they're never going to get a verdict if that's the case. If they can't decide after 50 minutes, no, it must be a proper question. I get what you're saying though. I agree with you. They have to state that they don't. Well, it's not true, because they will have to state that they can't come to a conclusion. And the question might be, what do we do now? But I really do hope that they're not saying that they're hung already, because that would bother me a lot about this jury if that was the question. I hope the question is more about logistics, or want to see more evidence, or maybe they got a question about some of the testimony, or they want transcript, or um, So there's many things this could be. They've been deliberating for less than an hour, because they asked this question 15 minutes ago. So um, if they're hung, could Edrick get a different lawyer? Yes. A different judge, very unlikely. They would ask for a different judge, but very unlikely. Bex. It's like most judges would be like, no, I know this case better than anybody, so I will preside over it. And I think I think a hung jury would benefit the defense more, in the sense of next time he would put the motions in about third culprit, but he doesn't need to use it. He just can put more stuff in next time. Who's here lurking? Hello to all the lurkers. Yeah, hello. Like we had 70 odd people take part in the poll, but only 31, only 26 likes. So come on, people, give us a like. Doesn't take much. I know there's only 32 people here, but let's see what else is happening. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. Right. Let's see what else. Okay, I'm going to do that instead then. Still waiting for Mr. Cruz and Mr. Hill. I imagine she's going to be giving them a row as well. Be like, you need to be closer to the courtroom. Oh, come on. Lady dies ill. Lady dies ill. That was me. I forgot to like. Sorry. What the frig? Thank you, Josie. Thank you, the 3 people that liked it. It's just weird. You got 74 people voting in the poll and 28 likes. That's very weird. I just want to hear the question now. I just want the court to go live. They have not gone live yet. The court haven't. Not once. Lady Di is ill. I'm not sure if she's actually ill or pretending to be ill. let her rest. I've still got. You can still abuse Lady Di. She deserves it. Yeah, she came in earlier and said, "I hate KD, and I'm feeling ill, and I hate Bex. I hate everybody." She said. So, and I was like, "No, they're all the best." I'll keep an eye on Twitter. No updates as of yet. I'll go check on Kathy. See if she says anything. Bye bye, Miss American Pie. No movement as of yet. Crumbs. This is like annoying as they come. Oh, here we go.
All right. We are on the record. All right, we're back on the record. Taking a break from my calendar this afternoon to go back on the record with regard to State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30, and this is question number 1. To the judge. The jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yalmanchili, Mr. Bolden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be the state's position.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they'd like to come out here and look at them, and you could pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you.
Interesting. So they're going to be in the courtroom. Okay.
I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about. Thank you.
The only thing that disappoints me is that they're concentrating so much about DNA. That tells me that they have got, DNA is on their mind.
All right, very good. Thank you. Just counting, make sure everybody's here. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24-CR0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. and there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms. Satterfield is ready to play it, this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to sort of transcribe it to all of you, and so if it's faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. You ready? All right, very good. You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
Good question. I don't know, KD. Probably not.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. If you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay. And what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm a supervisor with the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay. Prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clark County Police Department.
Okay. And were you working with the Athens Clark County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
At that time, what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently signed with the Robbery Homicide Unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was Robbery Homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at Robbery Homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working out a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime or so, somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the back where we parked, and all of our vehicles and forensics and CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day, and it was not. We went inside, and that's early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside, and I got signed to go back out over the phone drive.
Okay. And you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. The crime scene folks were there. Talked to outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of
her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she had seen, they might would have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clark County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were
I believe this is a long interrogation. I believe it's more like, I'd say, about 4 hours. They're going to skip, obviously, the breaks and stuff. But I believe this is the witness that... I believe this is the witness that the crews kept saying, Judge, do you want them to go out for a break? And she got annoyed at him for it. So, yeah, we're going to be here for about 4 hours listening to this, which is fine. That's what the jury want. But, and then a little bit more time to go through the, oh, for fuck's sake, now you do this. Let me take these down. Then a bit more time then to go through the DNA stuff as well. R.I.P. Robert Duvall, yes. Thank you, Katie.
Through that will be with you as soon as she can find it. Thank you.
I don't 100% remember. Now, this is why it's important. This is why I'm glad they're asking, because they might regret to ask. There's probably a portion of this that they want to know, but they're going to have to listen to the whole thing. It will take us later, Jugs, yes. Yes, it will take us late, it will. Normally they ask for specific portions, but I think with that, you have to go through the whole thing, do you know what I mean? So they want to see the DNA stuff, so they got questions about the DNA, and this testimony. Why this testimony? I'm not sure. There must be a reason for it. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Thank you, lovely. I am looking forward to it. I pulled out some crusty rolls. I went shopping last week and I bought 6 crusty rolls. I pulled 2 out this afternoon, ready for tonight. So once the court's back in session, I'll go make it quickly and then go on the sofa for a bit. And because if this is going on for 4 hours plus, then might as well put your feet up and enjoy. This could be a very long night. And I think then it possibly might go into tomorrow. You know, when they asked to listen to the testimony, I don't think that the jury thought that they'd have to listen to the whole thing here. I think they thought they could listen to it in the jury room and skip everything and just get to the parts they want. So I don't think they're going to be asking to listen to any other portions of anyone else's. It's up to the jury, Crystal. Lovely. It's up to the jury. They can state how long they want to stay for, unless the court has to close early for some reason, for staffing issues or something. But they might just have some questions about this witness, and they might, I don't know. I'd be speculating.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Mr. Ricketts, before we took that brief break, I'd asked you a question, and I'm going to try to, as best I can recall, ask you the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Miss Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. Eva, Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend.
photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. The damage that you saw to the wall, was that consistent to you with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
Erin ha gole.
Do you believe that seeing a police report from Rebecca at the time, Taft, would help refresh your recollection?
Relevant. Improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection. I'm not to object. Relevant.
Okay, I'm going to ask the foreperson, or I'm going to ask the jury. Let me just ask all of you. I got a message that you are done listening to the tape. Is that a consensus, or do we need to play the whole thing? We certainly can do that. Which one? That we're all done? Is that correct? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show you the documents that you have asked for. And counsel, if you can make sure that the group that we talked about is what you want to submit. Is that it also? Or is that something different? Okay.
Fucking hell.
Around, and what we're going to do is start in the front row and have you all look at them and just pass them along because they need to be viewed in open court. And if you change your mind, everyone, and you need to hear the rest of that tape, just let me know and we will do that.
So it's a catch-22 situation because they obviously want to hear a specific part, but what specific part, I don't know. So they had to go through it all. Wow, that was long. But by the end, they're like, no, we've heard what we want. But what is it? I don't know. What part do they want to hear? I don't know. I think that they imagined that they could request to hear it again, but like skip to the parts they wanted to hear, not actually hear it all again. So I don't know. Anyway, Erin Hack is in here. Hope the other trial's going well, Erin. Hope it's going good. Ah, he was there the whole time. Who's there the whole time? Me? I hate her. I hate you, bitch. I hate...
Testimony, and that was the mitochondria DNA report, so I just want to make sure that that's these reports.
You may approach. Yes.
The state don't want any speaking in front of the jury. I don't know what they were looking for then. I don't know. Unless it was something to do. Me, I've been here all the time. I had my dinner. I was on the couch. I sang Ole, 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 ole. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. I sang that for a bit and I came back here. I couldn't listen to the redirect because that guy does my nut in. So I came back to my desk to play that because I didn't have to listen then. I haven't watched 1 second of it. I had Rocky at the vet this morning and took my mum to an appointment and work. There you go. You've been a good mother, good daughter, all the things.
For the
Good
record,
worker.
these are 102, 103, 105, 163.
Yeah, I thought you'd be watching it, that's all.
164,
Pew, 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 pew.
165, 166, 167, 168. That sound right from the state? All of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, that sounds right from the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these to you all in a second. Take your time. Don't rush. And you let me know when you're finished. They can't go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any evidence you may have heard twice. Thank you. Mr. Otero, if you will start with all of these exhibits, and I think we just start in the front row.
That was
and take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished.
That was
and everyone be at ease
definitely.
until we are
Shut
notified
up.
that the jury is finished. Thank you.
Shut up, Judge. I'm fucking speaking. That was definitely the state who wanted that. I think that evidence helps the defense more than the state, I think. So, personally. But again, I'm biased. So it's interesting because most courts don't let you hear back the testimony. None. You don't get to, you got to rely on your notes and that's it. So I was quite surprised that she allowed it. But in allowing it, she had to play the whole thing. So as much as I know everyone's saying what a bitch, but she didn't have much option, to be fair. You can't just play snippets. You have to play it all or nothing at all. And I don't know many courts that let you play back. So it's up to you whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. Because as I say, most courts don't let you rehear testimony. Or a lot of courts, I would say, not all courts. So I don't know. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't know. But the one thing I do know is you can't just snip anything. So it's a case of if you want to hear the testimony, you basically have to hear it all. So I don't know what are you supposed to do in that situation. I think the jury now know that if they want to hear any more, they have to hear the whole thing. And also, it might be the defense stuff they wanted to hear. That's why they wait until the defense finished, and then they're like, "Yeah, we've heard everything we need now." So I'm not sure what I feel about it, to be quite honest. I don't know what I feel about it. I'm so used to the law stating that you can't rehear testimony. So, yeah, I don't know. You should rely on your notes. That's why you make notes. But it is what it is. JLK, you're well behind. You are well behind. What I miss? You did not miss anything. The juries have been deliberating for 50 minutes. Then they asked to hear the detective's testimony. So we sat there for about 3 hours. So did they only ask to hear Rick's direct, or judge made the choice to not play cross? No, they hear the direct and the cross. The judge was going to play it all because they didn't specify what they wanted. They just want to hear the testimony. So the judge said if they want to hear the testimony again, the law states that they can, but it has to be an open court and it has to be the full testimony. So, so it had to go from. So they heard the direct. We've been here for about 3 hours listening to this. So they played the whole direct, the whole cross, and then a lot of the redirect, in fairness, until they said, no, we've had enough of this now. So she doesn't decide what the jurors will rely on or what part of the evidence, if any jurors will believe. I don't like her comment. It wasn't, she's relaying what the state wanted to relay. So she's reminding them because the state reminded her to please enforce that to the jurors, and because the state asked for it, I imagine that's why she did it. So they did play it on. They did until the jury asked her to stop. The jury specifically asked, "We've heard enough. We got what we wanted." So she stopped it then. As soon as they all agreed, we're happy to stop it. They stopped it. So. But still a bit weird, as in, I'm not sure if I like it or not, if I'm being honest. I mean, there's part of me that thinks it's good that you can rehear testimony. But the other part of me is like, fuck me, we could be here all day. We could be here for ages again. I love the smell of this snow fairy. So, if they want to hear, Chris Melton, then they have to start from the start again, all the way through. I imagine the cross and the defense. Because I imagine as well, if they just play the cross, the defense won't be too happy. Bye. Right, come on. Get your asses back in that fucking jury room. So now they're looking at the DNA reports, is what they're doing now. I don't know what they want. I mean, I imagine it's to do with the fact that there's definitely a couple of people on that jury that believe that he's guilty based on DNA, I imagine. So we'll see. Why can't they take the documents back to the jury room? They can't make a copy to send with them. They're not allowed to. It's I don't actually know specific law, but that's the law across the land. Same with testimony. You can't play testimony in the back. It has to be in court. So it's what it is. It's just because, again, you can't then put more credence on one thing than others, or some ruling. I don't 100% know. As long as they are making an informed decision, say play what they need. I mean, I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree with that. It's just obviously we could be here for another 2 weeks if they want to hear everyone's testimony again. I just think it can be a little bit of slippery slope. But they are the jury. They can do whatever they want, essentially. Just a reminder that also the jury get to decide when they go home. I mean, I'm sure the judge has got a cut-off point, purely because of staffing and stuff like that. I'm not sure if unions and stuff are involved in courts in Georgia. I know in Massachusetts, the unions are very much in control of it, and the courts have to close at certain points, if not agreed in advance. So I think staff can only work between certain hours in Massachusetts, and courts are only allowed to be open certain hours unless there is a pre-agreement on certain days. It is to do with the legalities of it, because then you could basically with testimony is supposed to be done in front of the court. You can't just play wherever you want behind the scenes. It's to do with transparency and fairness, and there's some legal jargon to it. I'm not a legal head, but there is a purpose to it, essentially. So it's all played in front of the court. Same with certain reports, you have to see them there, not take them back. I suppose it's something to do with. Again, there's definitely some laws to it. I just don't 100% know what the laws are. So, but that happens in every court. This is not just a Georgia thing. This is a universal thing. So, and I don't know why that is the case personally. They can take anything they want back, as far as I'm concerned, but it's not new testimony is recorded. Yeah, I think it's because the weight of the evidence. That's why she gave that admonishment just now about you can't give more weight to the testimony you've reheard over all the other testimony, and that's part of it. You can't just pick and choose what you want to listen to. You're supposed to give the same amount of weight to all the testimony, not just what you decide is important to you over everything else. Whatever you agree with that, I don't know, but because essentially that's why most courts don't allow you to rehear stuff. So most states you're not allowed to rehear testimony second time, because it might refresh your memory, it might give you other context that in some ways it's out of context, because obviously the state get to put their case in chief in the order they want, for a reason. Basically, they tell you a story, and then you can't mismatch that as you want to. You can't put more weight on certain evidence over others. Well, you're not supposed to, but obviously people do. But you're not supposed to. That's why, as I say, most courts don't get to rehear the testimony. That's why I'm very surprised here that you're allowed to. It's very, very surprising. And also, most courts say you can believe part or all or none of a witness testimony. You can put any weight you want into that. You can disregard them if you want. You don't have to believe a witness. You can think they're lying. It's up to you. Yes. I can't imagine being one of the jurors right now while reading the documents, knowing everyone's watching you, and in the same time not feeling stressed out about it. Yeah, I know. I don't know what they would. I know that the courtroom apparently is empty. There's no one in the court. Well, there's a few people in the courtroom, but the courtroom is allegedly there's no one in there. So it's just basically the attorneys. Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know what they're looking at. In fairness, it's hard to really know what the reports even look like. Are they big chunky reports? Are they just like a couple of slides? What are they? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I do think that this will maybe put them off asking for more stuff, though. Most courts allow jurors to take their notes into deliberations. They are allowed to in this one as well. They are allowed to in this court. They have got their notes in the deliberation rooms. That's why I was surprised that she allowed them to rehear the testimony, because they're supposed to rely on their notes. So they still have their notes. They still have 100%. They still got their notes in the deliberation rooms. Just I'm surprised that they allowed them to rehear the testimony. That makes sense, but the jury can't stop and ask questions during testimony. So if they have additional questions, that comes out in deliberations. I don't know. That makes sense, but the jury can't stop and ask questions during testimony. So if they have additional questions, that comes out in deliberations. So they will just have to remember they've heard it now, so they're just going to have to remember it and go back and... They've listened to the part they wanted, so when they get back, they can discuss it fresh. So... And also, as is pointed out, they do have their notes with them. So that's why, as I say, 90% of courts state you have your notes, you can rely on your notes. You rely to what you think and what your notes say, and that's all you're supposed to remember. So if you haven't written stuff down, tough. That's your fault, you know. Did she finally offer them a break? No, they're not on break. They're just sat there. So they're reading some reports and stuff now. But the audio bit's done. Once they've read the reports, given them back, they'll be going back to deliberate again. So I wonder how long they'll be there for tonight. I don't know. 12. I imagine they will be having... I'm not sure if I'll be up to them. I'm not sure if they're going to bring their own dinner in, if they're going to have dinner there, or what's going to happen. I don't know. Or whether she's going to ask them now, can you inform us how long you want to go on for tonight? And you know what? They might read all these things, go back, answer some questions, and be ready to give a verdict. We don't know, you know, so... But yeah, just to reiterate again, they do all have their notes in the jury room as well. So everything they've written down, they have there. So if they were concise with their reports, then, you know, but I mean, there might be some discrepancies. That's why they wanted to hear the testimony again. 1 hour before the jury. Well, they only technically deliberate for 1 hour before the replay stuff. Yeah, I think it's about 50 minutes, apparently. I think it was. About 50 minutes. So, but then it took about 20-30 minutes to get everyone in court then. So, I'm not sure if they carried on deliberating during that time or not. I don't know. But also, I imagine over the weekend they know, they know that they know the questions they wanted to ask. They come back in fresh today. They probably had a list of questions they wanted to ask, so they can make it more condensed. Well, they can't ask for something that doesn't exist, like who's Mrs. Hayes and what's in those empty envelopes. That's true. That's true. Lovely. Well, maybe like 90 minutes. No, it's about 50 minutes in. They asked for the jury. Asked for the question, but then I don't know if they carried on deliberating after that. So I honestly don't know. So, but it would be less than 90 minutes for sure. So I don't know. And because they're coming back in fresh today, I think that does play a part in it. I think they all would have, well, I imagine they were all sat down going, right, do a straw poll, right, where are we at? What evidence are we unsure about? What do you want to see? And blah, blah, blah. So maybe they made a list of discrepancies, part of them with the DNA stuff, and part with the testimony of the detective, with timelines and with fingerprints and stuff like that. So maybe that was it. Maybe what they wanted to hear was about the finger, because if you remember, you know, the fingerprint stuff, they said they took fingerprints, but there's none of it in evidence. So, do you know why they didn't come in until 12:30? No, I don't know. It's probably because I honestly don't know. It could be one of the jurors couldn't make it until 12:30. The judge might have cases in the morning. I've no idea. They didn't say anything, so it could be one of several things, you know. So, because we didn't even hear the announcement about it all. So, it's Twitter that told us. Bye bye, baby. Say goodbye. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Okay. A juror had a point, but there you go. Just a reminder as well, with regards to the jury, apparently there's a vast variety of ethnicity on the jury, so which is good. I think that they should all be like that. And just a reminder, there's most of them are men. There's a lot more men than women on the jury as well. So I'm not sure that play a factor or not. I don't know, but how will that play out? I have no idea. So, but that's always interesting that they selected more men than women. Um, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what the thinking is behind all these things, or does it make a difference? Maybe it does make a difference. I don't actually know. I don't know, but I'm glad there's more ethnicity on there. That's not like it's very varied, which is always good. I think if you get a good balance of jurors, that's really good. So bye bye. So once they go back, what I'll do is I'll continue with the defense closing, so you can listen to that again, the finale of it, and then we'll see what happens after that. Basically, we'll just have to wait to see. Yeah, I phoned them this morning about that one white guy and two black women. Yeah, we uh we spoke about it this morning. So yeah, so I don't know what Fulton County is. I should really look at Fulton County compared to Athens. I don't know. Seems that Cruz is doing a lot more work than he's been on his laptop all throughout. I think the others don't seem to be working at all. So I imagine he's probably working on other cases right now. So bye 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 bye. Do, 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 do. Good to know. Hopefully, there's one woman deliberating to inform. There are women on the jury for sure. There are. Just it's mostly men, but there are definitely women on the jury as well. Have there only been a jury with only men or only women? I haven't seen or heard of one. Good question. Lovely. Good question. I can't think of one. Lovely. I can't. I can't think of any that I've ever heard of. I'm sure in years gone by there would have been, yes. I mean, in the old ages, it probably would have been only men. Do you know what I mean? But then women were allowed to vote and all sorts of stuff. So then they would have been allowed to be on juries. But yeah, but good question. I think modern history, I suspect they would never have been just a male or just a female, but it could happen, obviously. But yeah, I can't think of any. Also, we don't know all jurors. Do you know what I mean? So you don't really know because a lot of times we don't find out because lots of most trials aren't streamed. So bye bye Miss Merrick, bye. Yeah, very good question. But yeah, I'd say in the old ages, there definitely would have been all male ones for sure. For sure. But there's a lot of tactics to that, what people are looking for and what their race is, what gender is, and sexuality and all that stuff. A lot of thought goes into it. Ah. This is the boring part, do you know what I mean? So, I'm bored. I'm going to have a look on Twitter, see what people say on Twitter, because I'm just waiting here for them to freak off, like. Oh, yeah, there's first comment. The Edrick Faust trial would be a hung jury. The defense conceded Faust's DNA was inside Tara Baker, and that alone isn't enough to convict on a first vote. So this one guy, Jimmy McNutty, says he wasn't making love. He assaulted her. He used a tool to front door where Chris's DNA remained for 5 days. What the fuck is this guy on about? Hang on. He wasn't making love. He assaulted her. He used a tool to I presume he says, to the front door where Chris's DNA remained for 5 days ago and transferred that DNA to the back door. What the fuck are you on about, Jim McNutty? I keep a tidy Twitter feed, retired, watch trials on YouTube, raise monarch butterflies on a small YouTube. I just can't. Yeah, I just can't. This person could literally be on a jury one day, and that's just, let's make some testimony up, and yeah, I just can't. Ba 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 ba. Marilyn says the first female juror was Eliza Stewart Boyd in the 1870s. However, in general, it was not until the 1960s that jury pools considered balanced when they could vote. So yeah, there you go. Think I got whatever started the hours sneezed 2 million times. No, that was in the US the Dutch. I guess yeah, it's probably about right though. Marilyn, you don't have to be making love to have consensual sex. Jimmy McNutty's a whack. I have seen him elsewhere in the past. McNutty watches Joel with STS. He blocked me years ago. Well, that explains a lot. And he's a cook, totally. Yeah, that explains a lot then, especially if he watches Joel with STS. I used to like Joel. Now I think he's a bleep job. Bye bye. Come on, for frick's sake. Ba-da-da-da. Where's the other prosecutor gone? I don't trust him. Where's the DA gone? I don't trust him. Look at him with his phone. What's he doing on his phone? What time is it? It is 5:24 in Georgia. Okay. Okay, interesting. We got plenty of time. They might go on for a while tonight. I hope she asks them what time do you want to deliberate until, so we got an idea. I just want an idea. Are we here for the night, or are we here back tomorrow? Because they might say back tomorrow. I don't know, but that'll be a waste of a day as well. So,
Countdown if you want a surprise.
Holy sh!
Holy shit. I used to watch Joel at the beginning, but wow, him and his wife or something else. I've not seen his wife. I used to like him. Then he just took a turn, and I was like, the people he has on there, I'm just like, yeah, he's like pro prosecution for everything. I was like, oh, fuck you, dude. He is hate watching us on his phone. Who's that? This Edrick guy. Oh, him. The attorney. Yeah, I don't mind. Give me a like, Mr. DA, you corrupt mofo. If people give me a like, I'm happy with that. Could those missing never tested hairs been Chris? Absolutely. I presume they are Chris's, if I'm being honest with you. Otherwise, how did they all get on their body? Do you mean? They did have Nico LaHood on, but other than that, fuck Joel. I mean, to be fair, I think most people have had Nico LaHood on. To be fair, I think I've seen him about 5 different shows now. He's out there whoring himself. He's on pretty much every show. I'd like to hear from Jason Goss, though. I'd like to hear from him a bit more. His wife is the COE. She's woo, lol. She ran a few streams here and there. Oh, I've never seen her. Never seen her. I don't watch him, obviously, so I know something about his mother, but that's about it, you know. But also, I will just say about Joel, he used to have Eric Bland on and all those people as well, so that's he's just a whore for any guest. Thanks for the info, that's very interesting regarding the men-female jurors. There you go, lovely. There you go. And Josie, you requested the rules of the chat, so I can't believe you haven't commented to say, look, the rules are there at the bottom of the page. I could probably make them small, as in, hang on. She's attractive. There we are. We like her already then. Eric Bland, he's a piece of crap. He's a piece of shit. Screen statement, 30 watch, chat rules. I did them because of you. I can put this back here. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. See, I have to do, wherever the mods tell me to do stuff, I just do it because I know how to live a quiet life, people. Because if I don't do it, it'll be my fucking pain in the ass. Right. I can't see if that should be right. Fine. Eric Bland is a piece of shit. I've never liked him. Ever. Crew's got at least one. If state recharged this, I'd be shocked. My family is gypsy. I'm really wrong. Always a first. We shall see if Jackie's right. Eric loves Eric. Absolutely does. I know. Thank you. I was missing them. There you go. There you go. Rules of our chat. Everyone's opinion is welcome. All we ask is that there are no personal attacks on each other or the panel, even though we never have a panel. Oh, and have fun. Beware of occasional man boob flash. Signed, Josie, Hack, Sarah P, Mexi, and Murph. American Pie. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. The movie, you mean? American Pie movie. That was a great, when you're growing up, American Pie, the movie was great. Great for the hormones. Beep, 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 beep. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba ba ba. Ba da. What's that? Oh, that's the American. Dee 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 dee. It's funny I see it as everyone that I hated years ago, Eric Bland, Julie Carpenter, 90% of them, everyone now hates, but everyone hated me at the time because of my dislike for them. It's funny how that works. Funny how that works. I remember certain people coming after me hard on some of my opinions. Now they all hate the same people I hated. It's like interesting. Maybe I was right all along. Bow, 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 bow. Oh shit! I pressed. Oh no! What have I done? There you go. I've done that. That's fine. There has to be a better way. Jeepers. Julie Carpenter blocked me because of you way back then. When? But it's interesting though, isn't it? Jams, Joe, Julie Carpenter, Salty, some of the others, I don't remember the names. They all despise me and I despise them. I went after them every chance I had. But then everyone loved them because they were pro Alex Murdoch and all that. Now all of a sudden, a year later, a year and a half later, the same people that hated me and loved them turned around and said, "No, we hate them now." It's like, well, you're fickle. You're fickle. And yeah, it's interesting because literally 90% of people that I hated and still hate, um, stupid wine mums. Yeah, I remember calling them all wine mums and stuff, and they were like, and people took a pop at me for everything. But now everyone hates them. The only person I argued with back then that I get on with now is Brandy Churchwell, and everyone's like, "You can't be nasty to Brandy." Fuck me. Me and Brandy are cool now, but she was nasty as well to me, for fuck's sakes. Everyone was as well. But now they all hate Julie Carpenter and all them. So interesting. Einhorn. What's Einhorn? I don't know Einhorn. What is Einhorn? I've heard Einhorn before. What is it? Used to get into some shit on Twitter. I did. But it's funny though, the shit that got in there was defending people's rights. Defending the right of people to be proven innocent and have a fair trial. And from there, it would obviously explode then. People having goes at me, I'd have go backs. I'd go after Eric Bland very hard. Called him a piece of shit many times. What I'll say with her is that I went hard after her and she went hard after me, but a lot of the shit steering was done by her mods. They did. I believe it was her mods, her ex mods that sent me. They sent me like her son's details and where he went to school and that she was faking cancer and stuff, and all these things were not true. She was not faking cancer and stuff, so that was not nice, So, Ace Ventura. Oh, okay. I've heard of Ace Ventura. I may have watched it. Is that Jim something? Jim Carrey? Facts versus personal attacks. Sometimes it's the same. Just saying. Yes, I agree. I like Brandy now as well. Me and Brandy didn't get on at all, Andrell. At one point, we hated each other, but we've mended a lot of friendships. She had a lot of mods who were arseholes, and they were disgusting. They are now her ex mods because they turned on her. But yeah, she was. Yeah, we did not get on, but we get on now, so it's fine. We get on fine now. Please make sure Brandy Churchwell. I think she does a good job. I think she does a good work. I think she's veered away from a lot of trials now. She does more breakdowns, podcasts and stuff, which I think suits her more. She's into more breakdowns and stuff. So, to be fair, Jams, Salty said Steno. I'm trying to think of the names of the people. Tweety, I think there was one. Oh, there's a ton of people. It's this is the thing though. This is the beauty of things. People can like people. People can hate people. People can do whatever they want. Do you know what I mean? I can guarantee you, there's a lot of streamers that you guys watch I fucking hate. But I do not say anything because you're entitled to watch wherever you want and whoever you want. But yeah, no, me and Brandy, I'm glad we sorted it. I don't, she married someone from her chat, did she? What the fuck? Or did she know the person and then he joined the chat? Because I think there's a difference there. If he was just from the chat, that's a bit weird, but I don't know. I remember they got married, but I thought that he was in the military and then he was from the same area and they met up offline and then he started coming into chat and they called him, I believe, Chat Daddy or something. That's how I was told the story, but I don't actually listen, so good luck to them. I hope they're happy.
Give you that cautionary instruction one more time, and that is this. I'm instructing you to remember to consider the whole of the evidence and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to evidence you may have heard twice. I'm going to ask you all now to rise and go into the jury room and continue your deliberations. Thank you.
There you go. Done. We'll get back into there. No, I think she started flirting with him in chat. Unless she met him at a meetup. Oh, okay, maybe then. I don't know. I don't know. I don't follow the stories, so I will take that as it is. Typical man doesn't listen. I don't listen. I was told a story, but I don't really listen. And that's true for that's not just Brandy. I mean, just anybody. I don't really listen that much. Oh, I think no, she's gone. She's like, fuck you, I'm off. Right, let's get back. Oh shit, wrong one. I hit the wrong button. Sorry, ladies. Oh shit, I done it again. Right. Let's listen to Cruz. So the jury are back deliberated, basically, and now we are gonna watch this again. So we'll see.
I trust Mr. Griffith. I trust what he said. Although scientifically his DNA says that, although science says that his DNA should not be present 5 days in Miss Baker's anus, I'm going to ignore that. I believe the state's drainage theory, doctor. I believe what they said. I don't know how, but somehow it drained from Sunday to Friday, and it stayed there, doctor. And I also believe that Miss Baker and Chris Melton were in a loving, caring relationship, and he was destroyed by the fact that she passed away. I believe that, doctor, so pull that plug. I'm satisfied. My mind is set. And when your mind is satisfied, and you hear the judge talk about reasonable doubt and the mind being satisfied, if your mind is satisfied, you have enough information. And what that means is your mind is not wavering. Well, maybe it did happen this way, maybe it didn't happen this way. When your mind is satisfied, it said you have all the information that you need to make a decision. It is not unsettled. And at that point, you know what to do. We've all had those type of decisions. Do I want a McMuffin in the morning? Do I want hash browns? You know what? I'm going to go with the McMuffin. My mind is not wavering. It is settled. When your mind is satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt, you don't have any reason to doubt it. Remember what we talked about. It's one reason. When your mind is satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt, you have no reason to doubt. You have to ignore Ms. Baker's roommates. And although on the state's examination, and I don't know the relationship they have with Mr. Melton now. I know it's a tough situation to come in this courtroom and talk about it. But they said, hey, they admitted when they were talking to police outside of this courtroom that Tara's relationship with, Ms. Baker's relationship with Chris, and I believe it was and I'll start with Ms. Valerie Lowe. Ms. Valerie Lowe told us that Tara herself said that her relationship with Chris was a distraction. And the day Ms. Baker was killed, like I stated, Ms. Lowe said it was almost like someone knew we weren't going to be home. Ms. Ashley P.V. Hall told us something inconsistent with what Chris Melton said. She had to admit when we were asking her questions that before Ms. Baker died, watching Ms. Baker's relationship with Chris Melton was just like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But you heard every law enforcement witness 24 years later, oh, it was a great relationship, it was a great relationship, it was a great relationship. But when we asked, who did you confirm that with? Oh, Chris. Mr. Faust didn't get that benefit. You'd also have to ignore that Chris failed to tell the police that him and Tara had a fight the week before her death. Right? And he came in here and he said, oh, well, yeah, it was a fight about a porno I had. It was an orange tape. He gave you this elaborate story about this porn to say we had a fight about a porn. Right? But I want you to consider that. I think that's a significant fact considering what occurred to Ms. Baker when she passed away. Now, I don't trust Chris Melton. I think everything he says is not to be trusted, but you may. Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted in multiple ways. If Chris Melton is telling the truth, the last fight they had was over pornography. And it was serious enough to cause a rift in the relationship. Now, with the laptop piece, we don't know if Ms. Baker wrote Mr. Melton a letter, typed it up, so he needed to take the laptop. We don't know. That didn't come in. But that is something for you to consider. Their last fight, according to Chris, was over porn. Her death was sexual in nature. You would also have to ignore Chris's statement about punching this wall 30 times, I believe was his testimony.
Right, before I go any further, hang on. Can you tell me, right, can you hear this? If I do this, can you hear this?
Ignore Chris's statement about
Are you
punching
able
this
to
wall
hear
30
this?
times, I believe was his testimony.
Were you able to hear that? What, you could hear the court? So even though that... Right, let me try something else. Hang on, let me try something else here now. Bear with me. Let me try something, and then we'll get back to that. Let me try one more thing.
The Miami Dolphins aren't taking President's Day off. They
Can you hear
are
that?
busy, and their activities for now are focusing upon moving on from several key players as the new regime settles in. John Eric Sullivan, the new GM, Jeff Hafley, the new head coach, making decisions that, for the most part, were expected, especially as it relates to the biggest...
You can all hear it. Shit. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, I'll get back to this. I need to work this out then. Miami Dolphins. Fuck. Okay. I do not want to hear that. Bollocks.
So Chris Melton's testimony was that he punched the wall 30 times, and that's what caused the injuries to his hands. But this is a question I have for you. When you look at Mr. Melton's hands, because he said it was concrete that he punched, where were the bruises on his hands outside of the scratches? Mr. Melton said it was concrete that was punched, but at what point did he seek medical attention? He didn't. Mr. Melton came in here and said, well, this is my story. I punched the concrete wall 30 times because I was so distraught. And law enforcement even came in to back up that story. But the question I have for you, if his hands weren't a big deal and you knew on Friday that he didn't have these injuries, why take the pictures? Why go to the house and check if you say Chris Melton didn't have these injuries? Their actions are inconsistent with their statements. But I'm going to tell you why, and you have to judge witness credibility. Law enforcement has allowed this community to live in fear for the last 25 years, maybe 23. They've allowed it. When people heard about this case or thought about this case, it was because of law enforcement failures. The questions that the family had, they ignored for 23 years. And I tell you, my position, you have to decide, you're the jury. They weren't here defending Chris Melton. They were here defending themselves. They were here to say, hey, all this stuff we missed, forget about it.
So, Jugs, El Chapi's combination. One was, we used to have Sean on here, and he was known as El Jefe. And then Aaron Hack used to call me Chappie. So, I think he just became El Chappie all of a sudden. So, Aaron Hack has pretty much called me Chappie for years. And then it turned into El Chappie. And it turned into El Chappie during the current retrial. As I say, we had El Jefe, and then it turned into El Chappie. So
don't worry about that, because we didn't actually miss anything. There were Detective Ricketts. There were law enforcement officers coming in here, and I admire law enforcement. I think they are heroes. When I'm running out of a building, they are running in. They are heroes. But you also have to understand, we have Detective Ricketts coming in saying, Chris Melton's alibi is confirmed. And if you could show the alibi chart that we did with Detective Ricketts. Chris Melton's alibi is confirmed. But when I started going through, well, Detective, did you confirm this? Were you able to speak to Nash Plumbing? No. Testimony even came in that they couldn't find Nash Plumbing in information. Chris Melton couldn't provide them an address to Nash Plumbing. They couldn't find Nash Plumbing. He couldn't even give them a phone number to Nash Plumbing. That is evidence in this case. But instead of admitting, for the sake of justice, for the sake of Miss Baker and her memory that, hey, we may have made some mistakes, and if these mistakes get us closer to getting the right person in that chair, as opposed to the wrong person, we'll admit it. Because that's the right thing to do. Instead, they come in here and they double down on inconsistencies that don't make sense. Ricketts tells us Nash Plumbing for Chris, unconfirmed. Nash Plumbing for Josh, unconfirmed. Chris says he goes to the bank. Josh says he went to Chick-fil-A, unconfirmed. As you know, the bank is at 9:08 a.m. And I told you all, the most important time is before 9 a.m. for Chris Melton. The most important time is before 9 a.m. because at this point, Ms. Baker is gone. Truck Customs, he says 9:30 or earlier, and we know from Bill Teeter, it was after 9:30, it was 10, I believe Mr. Teeter said around 10. Grayson, Georgia, unconfirmed. But look at Josh, and this is from Ricketts, the same person who sat in here and said, it's nothing, these inconsistencies are nothing. Josh says they're in Grayson at 8 a.m. Chris would have to be in Grayson after 9:30 a.m. Chris says they've known each other for 1 month. Josh says they've known each other for a year. And when I asked him about it, he said, well, and this is Detective Ricketts, well, the way I just took it that he meant a year. Even on small mistakes, we all have children, grandchildren, siblings, parents. We're human. Nobody's perfect. But when you have a person or organization or entity trying to get you to believe that they made no mistakes when the mistakes are apparent, you have to judge their credibility. You have to take that into account when you're determining what your verdict is going to be, if you could trust this person or not trust this person. Now, I don't know if you caught this, but it blew my mind when I heard it. And I didn't ask him about it again because I didn't want him to try to change his answer. Chris Melton, on this stand during direct examination, they asked him, why didn't you want to go into the house when they asked you to identify the body?
Right, can I test this then, right? I'm going to test something else out here. I'm going to go back here for a second. Test this out. Right, can you hear this now? Can you hear that? Hello, are we around here? I'm not sure if you can hear the testimony now. Test, this is only a test. You can't hear it. Happy days. Happy days. Good. Thank you, everyone. I know what to do now. I know what to do now. Thank you. Right, go back to this.
Answer. Chris Melton, on this stand during direct examination, they asked him, why didn't you want to go into the house when they asked you to identify the body? And we all, the entire team, we jotted this down in court. Chris Melton stated he didn't want to go into Miss Baker's apartment because he did not want to see the devastation he had caused. I don't know if you all caught that, but I absolutely caught it. Chris Melton came in here and pretty much confessed to what he did. But you're the jurors, you heard the testimony, you have to decide. You would also, to pull that plug, you would also have to ignore what Karen Williams told us. Now, Karen Williams did a sketch. This is a sketch. And I tell you, based on this trial, I don't trust anything in this case, but this is a sketch. And the questions I went over with Ms. Williams, formerly Carol Bryant, how much did the person weigh? We got her to admit that he had a full face. She said that he was not thin, he had a full face, probably around 220. We got her to admit, I asked her, he had a heavy-looking face. We got her to admit, yeah, he had a heavy-looking face. We asked her about the weight, again, 220, and she stated that he was big bone, kind of husky. But this is the person they give you. Now, I don't know, and I think we went over the mustache with her. They didn't even have the right type of facial hair on the person.
But I want to put everything on the record. Several jurors need to use their phone, I'm assuming, to make arrangements, either about child care or let their family know that they're staying later tonight. And I'm going to allow that, but I'm going to have the foreperson come out in just a moment, and she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind her to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right? If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Terrell, thank you. Hello, Madam Foreperson. I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to, I guess, to call family or make other arrangements, and so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, will be at ease.
Oh, okay. It's going to be one of those all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. It's going to be a long, long night together, you and me. Right, remember to strap her in. It's going to be a long one, people. So, yeah, we're going to be here for several more hours. It is 11 o'clock in the evening here right now, but we'll be here until the end. So wherever that may be, when they leave, we leave. So here we go.
But to me, what I believe, and you're the jury, you have to decide, they have made so many mistakes in this case, I wouldn't be shocked if they started changing evidence, just to be completely honest with you. And I hate to even say that. But when you introduce hair evidence in this case, you deceive the jury and say, hey, in these bags, and I said, can we open these? No, we're not going to open them. I asked, can we open this to make sure the evidence is what the evidence is? They brought you empty bags of evidence to get you to believe something that was not true. And then when we got the bags open, all of a sudden they find all the hairs and say, oh, this is with the GBI. And with these broken, I don't even know what to call them, but these broken slides or screens or whatever they may be. But also, and I'm going to go back to this, I'm going to go to this a lot. Not only do they present you empty evidence, they present junk science. Science that has never been presented in a court before to protect either themselves, which I think is more so protecting themselves, and to protect Chris Melton. Now, when we talk about the sketches, remember what everybody said, and this was consistent, because I asked the same question for every sketch witness. The person is walking. The person isn't trying to hide themselves. The person's just minding their business. And I also asked, is there Walmart? Some people said, I don't know. But we did have Ms. Riker say, yeah, I assumed the person was going to Walmart. And if you think about the direction everybody was walking, if this is the... Every single person that saw somebody said they were walking down this way. Nobody ever said, oh, well, I saw a person walking up towards Ms. Baker's house. They were all walking this way. And during the evidence, what is this way? The Walmart. You will have that photo with you in evidence. On the other side, down here, past this subdivision, it's the Walmart. But what they did was, okay, let's get all these sketches of these people. They're walking. They aren't doing anything suspicious. Something that's important, they mentioned the laptop being stolen. That came in during the case. Not one of these sketch individuals said, oh, they were carrying a laptop. They were carrying anything. They were acting suspicious. It was just, they were walking. And the state is going to come to you and say, hey, we can't prove that Mr. Faust broke into her house, but we want you to pick one of the people that we have these sketches of and just say it was Mr. Faust. And we want you to assume, we want you to speculate. We want you to say that Mr. Faust is the person in the house. And I'll tell you this. If there's no evidence in the house of Mr. Faust's presence, this is something simple you can remember. No house, no Faust. If there's no evidence of Mr. Faust in the house, no house, no Faust. Tell them to present the evidence. If you can't present the evidence that Mr. Faust was in the house, we have to vote not guilty. We have to. We have to. You're saying this crime happened in the house, you charged them with burglary, we have to. That's the simplest way to remember it. So when they make up, hey, the guy was walking and he disappeared, so that meant he broke into Ms. Baker's house, you say no house, no Faust. Show me the hairs. Show me the blood. Show me the skin. Show me the DNA in her house, outside of her body, on her skin. Show me something. We presented a photo of Mr. Faust. He does have an afro. And they say, well, the hair in her hands, you know, we just want to show you that it's not Mr. Melton's hair. That's all we want to show you. It's not Mr. Melton's hair. It was Caucasian hair. Now, I don't understand, and you're the jury, you have to decide. How would Ms. Baker get a handful of her own hair? How is that possible? Your hand is outward away from your body, but it's your own hair? But in this case, it doesn't matter because what you're here to decide is if the state presented enough evidence that Mr. Faust is responsible for Ms. Baker's death. And they haven't. But what they are going to argue, they're going to say, hey, it was just one person walking down the street and he disappeared, so we want you to say this was the person that committed this crime. And they harp on, oh, he stayed 585 feet away from her house. He stayed 585 feet away from her house. Well, that means there's an issue with the investigation, because if the person that you say killed Ms. Baker stayed that close, why didn't nobody go to the house and speak to him? He did say his grandmother stayed there. You heard the recording. It's my stepmother's house. But now, 24 years later, 25 years later, they want to say, oh, that's evidence of guilt. And I ask you, listen to the recordings. Listen to the pieces played in the recordings. Mr. Faust says multiple times, yeah, I go over there to check on my stepmother. I'll go over there to visit my stepmother. And I don't know about all of you. but we all have permanent addresses. Mr. Faust said he stayed in that house for 40 years, but he also said, yeah, I have different women I stay with here or there. My permanent address, if somebody asks me how long I stayed at my permanent address, even if I'm not physically staying there, I am going to say 30 years. I've been at this address for 30 years. Even if I don't physically stay there, because that's my permanent address. That's where I may want to send taxes. That's if I get a ticket, I may want to send a ticket there. This is my permanent address. The state wants you to take his permanent address and say, well, this is his address. He said he stayed there. So that means he committed this crime. So why not move? If you've caused this much destruction in this community, why not move? How would, if Mr. Faust committed this crime, how would he know that no one saw him? Why even tell police that you stayed there? But you know who did move out of Athens and who admitted they moved out of Athens? Chris Melton. He got the heck out of town. Never to come back. And where did Mr. Melton say he stayed when Miss Baker died? His parents' home. Where does he currently stay? Miss Baker's home. Excuse me, not Miss Baker, I'm sorry. His parents' home. Where does he currently stay? Still in his parents' home. And I want to show you something. And this is the reason Mr. Melton stated that he stayed on the second floor. He is a liar. Because Josh McCurdy came in and said he stayed in the basement. But I'm going to show you why he lied. And this is a ball that was dropped by law enforcement. The reason Mr. Melton lied is because the basement to his house has its own door. So he wanted to separate himself from that door because obviously I had to show him the pictures first. He didn't want you to know that he had an entrance and an exit he could go in that his parents would know nothing about. This is the door right here. Crime of opportunity. Mr. Melton had the opportunity. Think about what Mr. Teeter told us with him dropping his truck off. He dropped his truck off and went to see the police in Josh's truck. Why would he do that? Maybe he didn't want law enforcement to search it. But you all have to decide. But if you say, I'm going to ignore all of that, I believe Mr. Faust was the person walking in orange in the neighborhood. I know the state can't present any evidence that he was in the house, but I just believe it was Mr. Faust. That is my belief. I think it was Mr. Faust. You pull that plug because your mind is settled, is satisfied, and it is not wavering. And you then find Mr. Faust guilty because your mind is satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you want to say to that doctor, hold on, doctor. Hold on 1 second. If Mr. Faust committed this crime, why would Elizabeth Bigham need to tell Chris Melton we need to explain your DNA? I have questions about that, doctor. That doesn't make sense. Doc, you're telling me to pull the plug, but Miss Baker was sexually assaulted anally, but Chris Melton's DNA is the only DNA present? I don't know, doctor. Also, Chris Melton's hair was found on the murder weapon. And let me clear this up for you because I think there was a lot of confusion with that. Can you get the picture of Miss Baker and the charger block next to her head? It'll be in the state's exhibit. And I'll show you that picture. But I'll describe it to you. When you see Miss Baker's body as it was found in the home, you're going to see a charger block next to her head. It was connected to the cord used to strangle.
Actually in their car. So I'm going to have the foreperson come out. I'm going to give them a 10-minute recess, ask them not to deliberate for 10 minutes. The persons that need to use their cell phone outside, they're going to be escorted by the Sheriff's Department for security out to the parking deck. They can use their cell phones and come back in. And so we're just going to be sort of, I think 10 minutes probably should do it. So anyway, that's why obviously I needed you all here. So if you could knock on the door, please, and have our foreperson come back out. Might need to be 15 minutes, but...
Just let them do what they want to do, for fuck's sakes.
Thank you, Madam Foreperson. Thank you very much for your patience.
Oh, stop
so
laughing.
it's just a matter of housekeeping, but we certainly want any jurors who need to make a phone call to be able to do that. My understanding is there are several that need to go to their cars. And so this is... Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to take a recess until you all can make those phone calls and come back to the jury room. So your responsibility, thank you very much for being the foreperson, is to tell the jurors that they can't deliberate, right, until you all come back. And we're going to also have the sheriff's department escort you out to the parking deck and, make sure everything's okay. And when you get back in and you're all 12 here, you can start again. All right, well, I'll wait for you all to come back out. Yeah, thank you.
Fucking Sarah P again. She muted me again. Bollocks. I was just saying, Marky, yes, they have gone back, but they went back and they started deliberating for like 10 minutes, then they stopped. Then they decided they're going to carry on later tonight. So they're taking a 10-15 minute recess now so everyone can go to their cars. Probably some people have a quick cigarette or something. Then they go into phone home, tell people that they're going to be working late, and then when they get back, they'll start deliberating again. That you can read it in one or two ways. Either A, they just want to get on with it because they've only been deliberating for roughly an hour. The other part of this is they might not even be close. And they're just like, you know what, we've got to phone home because we're not even close. We've got so much to go through. So let's bang it out tonight and then let's come back tomorrow, potentially. Or it could be, do you know, we're so close, people, let's phone home and like E.T., let's go home, fly home, let's phone home and tell them we're going to be a few hours. So I don't know. I think they're all taking it seriously, but I also think they want to get it done as soon as possible. Because obviously they're all being paid, but they're not really being paid, if that makes sense. Because they're not really getting that much money for being... I'm not sure how much Georgia pays, I don't know. But it won't be as much as what they would earn if they're actually in work. So I imagine they all want to go back to work as soon as possible. So they might want to bang it out tonight. But if they got a job like Bex has, they don't do much anyway, so they might not bother. I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to the closings again. $30. They get $30 a day. Do they get paid? Do they get reimbursed for food and parking, or is it just like $30 everything in? That's interesting. $30. Some states like $14, $13, $14. It's like badness.
When they tested this cord for hairs, or they tried to find hairs on this charger block next to her head, I'm telling you this. Don't look.
Cars, jury not. Oh, you didn't get them back. Well, I mean, you probably did fuck all anyway. So, 30 flat. Cars, jury not going to court together by bus. No, I think they basically, what my understanding is, they got parking for them. So difference in Dedham was there's no dedicated parking and stuff. So they'd have to block those out. I think for here there's sheriffs and stuff that pick them up, walk them out to the cars and stuff like that. So there are a few states that do that. They'll get buses for them. It's because it's easier, you know. I argued for my correct opinion. Oh, shit. They probably just agreed with you just to shut you up, probably.
Look at the sketch. The sketch has it way far away from her head. Look at the picture. It's right next to her head. You're going to hear that Chris Melton's hair is on the murder weapon. Not Mr. Faust's, Chris Melton's.
The fact that they went through the testimony just now means that they are listening to, they are questioning Chris's timeline. Is it possible that he went back? Do you know what I mean? That's what they questioned. That's why they wanted to hear that, I imagine. Was it possible that his timeline was a little bit, you know, and the DNA probably right. How did the DNA work, you know, so they are looking at Chris, I imagine.
There was a pubic hair found on Miss Baker's butt. Now, the state brought in this microscopic expert to say, oh, it's Ashley P.V. Hall's hair, and anything is possible, right? But we went with Miss Ashley P.V. Hall. We said, do you have your own bathroom? Or did you have your own bathroom? She said, yes. Did you have your own shower, tub? Yes. Did you have your own toilet? Yes. The mitochondria DNA test, the only DNA test conducted that referred to Chris Melton, determined that he could not be excluded as a contributor of the hair. Miss P.V. Hall could not also be excluded. I want to make that clear. But what law enforcement didn't do, because it didn't fit the narrative of Mr. Faust committing this crime, when they tell you we have new DNA technology, when Mr. Melton's DNA popped up in her body, they didn't retest that hair because it didn't fit their narrative. So potentially, not only is Mr. Melton's DNA in Miss Baker's anus, his hair was on her butt. But they never followed up when the mitochondria DNA test said, we can't exclude him as a contributor. But again, you ask the doctor, Doc, you're telling me that a complete stranger broke into Miss Baker's home without any signs of forced entry, spent time beating her, strangling her, stabbing her, sexually assaulting her, and then he takes the time to clean up the house, setting it on fire and only taking a personal item such as a laptop, despite money, jewelry, diamonds being in the house? And then this stranger was able to somehow lock the back and front door and get away unseen. Is that what you're telling me, Doc? I have questions. And I ask you this, why would Mr. Faust say he stayed at 350 Cooper Road? That's something you need to consider when they say, hey, the fact that he stayed so close is evidence of guilt. But again, how does where he stayed, or his stepmother's home, or the home he visited, because that evidence is an evidence. You can listen to the recording, listen to what he said. How does evidence that he stayed close to Miss Baker's home prove that he murdered her? Because that's the jump the state wants you to make. They want you to hear, oh, he stayed close and his DNA was in there, so that means he murdered her, he raped her. He did these horrific acts. We can't prove he's in the house, and remember, no house, no Faust. We cannot prove he's in the house. But we want you to look at all this other stuff. Look at it, look how close he is. They went out and got drone footage, just wasting time. Drone footage to show you how close the houses were. So what? So what? Ask them, how does that prove your case? The burden is on you. Give us the evidence. We want to protect this community, but we also want to avoid injustices. If you want us to convict, give us the evidence. The other one with the block next to her hip. That isn't evidence of a crime. That's evidence of proximity, but that isn't evidence of a crime. They've charged Mr. Faust with some crime so disgusting. When you all heard him, you were like, oh my God. Certain people say they had physical reactions. But the best evidence you come with is the fact that he stayed close, and you go spend all this money doing drone footage. Ms. Bigham, I believe, you're the jury, you will remember the testimony better than I believe she said it was like $5 million they had for this case, or a $5 million budget or something like that, or a Baker-Coleman Act bill that provided a certain amount of money. I don't know, I could be mistaken. Okay, I probably am mistaken, so I'm going to leave that one alone. But if you say that Mr. Faust being close to the home is a problem. In 2001, why nobody went to the home to speak with anyone? They presented no records, no evidence of who they spoke with, where they went. That's their job. The judge is going to tell you Mr. Faust doesn't have to present any evidence. If we needed to, we're prepared to. But Mr. Faust didn't have to present that. They were required to, and they didn't. You say, doctor, I still have questions. Chris Melton's hands, how did they look like that? This is a tough picture, but it's part of the evidence in this case. This is where Chris Melton's hair was found. It was found on this object right here. This is Miss Baker's head. So when we say Mr. Melton's hair was found on a murder weapon, the cord used to strangle, this cord here is wrapped around Miss Baker's neck. So when we say his hair was found on a murder weapon, it literally was found on the murder weapon, next to her head. And again, I'm going to emphasize this for deliberations. Don't look at the sketch, because the sketch, you have the photos. You don't have to look at a sketch of how the scene looked. You have the photos yourself. Justin. Also, Detective Ricketts stated that he fingerprinted Chris Melton. I'm sure you remember that testimony. He said, the reason I know there were no injuries on Mr. Melton's hands is because I fingerprinted Chris Melton. So there's two questions you have to ask. If you were not arresting Chris Melton, why were you fingerprinting Chris Melton? That's one. The second question, and maybe it's in evidence. I don't recall seeing it, but maybe it's in evidence. Ask them for the fingerprint card. Ask them for the fingerprint card. They said they did it. We don't just take a person's word for it, especially when you have a history of being dishonest. Show us the fingerprint card. So what I anticipate you should have in evidence is a fingerprint card taken from January 19th, 2001. Make sure you look at the dates, okay? So if it says January 23rd or January 22nd, that isn't what Detective Ricketts said on the stand. There should be a fingerprint card for January 19, 2001 with Mr. Melton's fingerprints in it. You can open all of this stuff if you want to. You're the jury. You're the finders of fact. So Detective Ricketts said it. Ask for the evidence. But when the doctor says pull that plug, you say, doctor, one of my gravest concerns is that law enforcement seemed just much more so focused, not on justice for Ms. Baker, not on resolving this, answering these questions for the Baker family. They seem more focused on protecting themselves. And maybe Chris Melton. Doctor, I'm not sure. Doc, you're asking me to pull the plug, but where was Chris Melton before 9 a.m.? All these witnesses came in. Every law enforcement officer, they fought me. They fought me when it came to confirming Chris's alibi. It was confirmed. It was confirmed. It was confirmed. All right, well, let's break it down piece by piece. Did you confirm this? No, but it was still confirmed. Okay. Talk to me about Nash Plumbing. Did you get documents? No, but it was still confirmed. All right. Josh McCourty, did you get any proof that they ever worked together? No, but it was still confirmed. And then they'll try to jump to the bank. And the reason I emphasize the bank is because the bank is irrelevant. The bank is at 9:08. Ms. Baker was killed in the morning time. According to the state, it was somebody walking around at 8 a.m., 8:30. According to the state. 9 a.m. is irrelevant. So don't let the state come up here and tell you, oh, his alibi was confirmed. You ask them, well, where's the evidence related to Nash Plumbing? They didn't call one witness from Nash Plumbing. And we told them for, I believe, months, Mr. Faust didn't commit this crime. Weeks before this trial, we told the state because we wanted them to disprove it. Chris Melton killed Tara Baker. And that was with the hope that they'll look at their case and say, oh, maybe we got a problem. But instead, what they do, they meet with all their witnesses and they prep them. And they say, you know what? Chris Melton didn't do anything. You don't give any answers that the defense attorney wants. We're going to prep you. We're going to talk to you about it. Anything they say that Chris Melton did, you say the opposite. They knew this stuff. This isn't new. Everything you heard, they knew. This is their evidence. I didn't make any of this evidence. The only evidence that I brought to you is the picture of Chris Melton's house because they didn't want you to know that. But everything else you've seen and you've heard in this case, I didn't go find it on my own. they knew this, and they chose to ignore it to focus on him. And I'll tell you this, weigh the evidence, Chris Melton, Edrick Faust. The evidence related to Chris Melton substantially outweighs the evidence related to Edrick Faust. Could you imagine me in this courtroom trying to defend the hands that Mr. Melton had? And my argument as well, 2 days after her death, he was punching the wall. You all would look at me and say, this guy's crazy. What is he in here talking about? Or if I was trying to defend Mr. Melton and I said, well, my client, you know, he went to pick up his truck on Saturday, he went to get a bank loan on Monday, and then he went out on 2 dates within a week of her death. You would say, this guy's, what is he talking about? Why are we here? Think about the evidence you heard about Chris Melton. Think about how he was on the stand. You had a killer in here talking to you that has gotten away for 23 years. He didn't shed one tear. I showed him a picture of Miss Baker. He didn't shed one tear. Think about that. Edrick Faust did not harm Miss Baker. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at the evidence. You can look at the evidence. So you say, doctor, the state has to explain how Mr. Faust's DNA alone means rape. How does his proximity, if you say he stayed there, how does his proximity mean murder, rape, arson, aggravated sodomy, 2 counts, 4 counts of felony murder, burglary? You need the evidence. So, doctor, you don't pull that plug. Hold on, my mind is wavering. It is not satisfied. It is not settled. I have questions. Doc, don't pull that plug. When Mr. Faust chose you all to decide his case, he gave you all awesome power. You may have noticed that each and every time the Honorable Judge Lott entered and exited this courtroom, we'd stand in her presence. And the reason we stand in the Honorable Judge Lott's presence is to show respect for her awesome power as the giver of laws in this courtroom. You may have also noticed each and every time you, ladies and gentlemen, entered and exited this courtroom, we stand in your presence. Because just like Judge Lott, you all are the judges of the facts in this case. In our standing, that is symbolic to show our respect to your power. The first thing you did as a body when you entered this courtroom, or excuse me, when you entered this jury box, you stood up, you raised your right hand, and you took an oath. And by that oath, each of you promised, you swore to decide this case based on 2 things. 1, the facts, only as they came out in this courtroom. And 2, the law as given to you by the Honorable Judge Lott. Because you need to understand the law and the facts, I would like to discuss them both with you at this time. Starting with the law. The first principle of law that I like to discuss with you is the Bill of Indictment. Okay? Don't be afraid of this document. This is a very important document. Embrace it and read it. Because in this document contains the charges that you will decide against Mr. Faust. During your deliberations, and this is very important, use this document because this will tell you what evidence you're looking for. The indictment was returned by the grand jury, and you've heard this term before, of Clark County. And what the grand jury is 16 to 23 people. They meet with the district attorney's office, and you've heard Agent Bigham's testimony, but they meet with a summary witness, okay? A summary witness is a witness that just comes in and tells the group about the case. I can't be there. Mr. Faust can't be there. He can't defend himself. He can't hear anything that you all heard. The judge isn't there. It's simply the district attorney's office and their witness. and they tell the room whatever they want to tell them, and they return an indictment. And the judge will tell you that this indictment is not evidence of guilt whatsoever, in any way whatsoever. And the reason why is because it is only a one-sided story. That's it. It's a one-sided story. That's how you get this indictment. Give you a short story. If anybody's ever dealt with a lawsuit in here, similar to a lawsuit, right? Let's say you're at home, you go to your neighbor's house, you say, neighbor, I want to build a fence on my property, okay? I am going to build a fence 5 feet inside of my property line because I don't want to encroach on your property, all right? Do you have any problems with that? Do you want to go get your own surveyor? Do you want to have somebody come out and look at it? I don't want any problems with you, so I'm going to make sure I build it 5 inches inside of my property line. Your neighbor says, no, don't worry about it. You build your fence. One night, you're at home eating dinner with your family, and you receive a knock on the door. You go to the door, you open it, and it's the Clark County Sheriff's Office. Might be that gentleman over there. He's serving you with a summons and complaint. And he says, sir, ma'am, you're being sued by your neighbor for the fence you built on their property. And you say, what? That's absurd. I talked to my neighbor. They didn't want to discuss it. I built it 5 feet inside of my property line. He's going to tell you that's not for me. But what you all could do, which all of us could do, you could go, you could hire your own lawyer, you could pick a jury, and you could let the jury decide what occurred. Because what you didn't know, your neighbor, when he got his lawyer, they typed up a summons and complaint, and you got sued. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Doesn't mean your neighbor's right. Doesn't mean your neighbor's telling the truth. But that's the way a civil case gets started. The same thing with the bill of indictment. It's just the way a criminal case gets started. The next principle of law I'd like to discuss with you are the 12 counts in the indictment. The sole issue in this case, it may make deliberations very simple for you all. The sole issue, everything that is charged in this indictment we believe occurred. The sole issue where we are on opposite ends of the earth is whether or not Mr. Faust committed these crimes. That's the sole issue you have to decide. Has the state presented enough evidence that Mr. Faust committed these offenses? Malice murder. It's the first count in the indictment. And you're going to have these jury charges. The first element of malice murder, and this is the only question you have to answer in regards to malice murder, the first element, is that the defendant, in this case Mr. Faust, caused the death of another person. That's the only question you have to answer in regards to malice murder. Did Mr. Faust, let me change that, did the state, because it's their burden, did the state present enough evidence to you to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust, and I hate to use this language, but murdered Miss Baker? I'll tell you they didn't, and we've discussed it. No house, no Faust. They didn't present any evidence placing Mr. Faust in the home. That's first and foremost. None. They admitted in opening statements they can't even tell you how he got into the home. Right? And I'm telling you what their argument is going to be. It's going to be choose anybody that was walking in the neighborhood. We want you to say that's Mr. Faust. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to say, Jay Anderson saw a guy walking that fit Mr. Faust's description, and he disappeared when Mr. Anderson went away from the window. So that means this guy ran around the house and broke in the house. Ask him for evidence. The person that killed Miss Baker knew Miss Baker. That has always been our position. Look at the photos of the crime. The person that killed her knew her. They were angry. Why they were angry, we don't know. It didn't come in this case. But they were enraged. It was an overkill. Counts 2 through 5 are felony murder. They charged Mr. Faust with 4 counts of felony murder. To convict of felony murder, the state must prove, and again, it's only one issue that you have to decide with all these counts. that Mr. Faust is the individual that engaged in these acts. And they have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. We've addressed counts 1 through 5. Count 6, burglary. The state must prove that Mr. Faust, and again, it's every count, they have to prove Mr. Faust did this, that Mr. Faust entered the home. And we can stop there. We don't even have to go through every other element. They have to prove that Mr. Faust is the person that entered Ms. Baker's home. And the state has admitted that although, and I repeat this because it's so mind-blowing to me, that although they can't prove how Mr. Faust got in the home or that Mr. Faust was in the home, this gentleman is sitting over here. That has been shocking to me since day one. They can't prove, or matter of fact, we all know now that the science says Chris Melton is the only identifiable DNA profile in Ms. Baker's anus, but they have this gentleman sitting over here charged with aggravated sodomy. That's why
I hope the jury remember that. I hope the jury remember that. And that's why they want to see the DNA. I hope they remember that. And I hope they remember the reports, the journals as well about, you know, for it to reset, you'd have to be penetrated again. And again, the only person that was in the anus was Chris. So
juries protect the community. That's why we have juries. Because the first thing any totalitarian governmental system does, they get rid of the jury. They say we decide who's guilty or who's innocent. This right here, and a lot of you may not know what this is, okay? But this right here is the strongest symbol in any democratic society that uses jurors. And I could kick it, I could probably rip it off the ground. But the reason this is so powerful, and the reason you see this in every single courthouse, is because when they were putting the Constitution together, when they were founding this great country, this is in place to symbolize the separation between the people and the government. This is the strongest symbol, this partition, and that's why their table is closer, because they want to make it clear this is a separation of the people from the government. Oral sodomy. The state must prove that Mr. Faust forcibly and against Ms. Baker's will, and they presented no evidence of that. And I think this is significant. And I may say this wrong, but I'm going to say it, so please forgive me. And if I stumble over my words, please forgive me. Elizabeth Bingham was the person that decided who raped Ms. Baker and who didn't. She had two options. She had Chris Melton, she had Mr. Faust. She was the one that had to make the call. She was the lead investigator on this case. So it wasn't Ms. Baker saying, hey, this is who did it to me. Ms. Baker had Caucasian hair everywhere. She tried to leave him something. But Elizabeth Bingham is the person that made the call. And despite all the evidence in this case, and she told you that she reviewed her entire case, for everything in this case that I've seen, she's seen. Instead of saying, hey, you know what, let me follow the evidence, she sets a meeting with Chris Melton and tells Mr. Melton, look, this is what we need to do. She hasn't talked to Mr. Faust. She doesn't know Mr. Faust at this point. It's just, this is what we need to do. I'm going to go after this other guy. So when you think about these charges, I want you to think about them in the context of why we're here. There isn't a person saying that Mr. Faust did all these terrible things outside of the person who had to make the decision on who to pursue. And they chose Mr. Faust. So they have to present evidence supporting that Mr. Faust was engaged with Ms. Baker without consent. And the court is going to tell you that. You're going to hear it in jury instructions. They have to prove that any contact was without consent. And Mr. Faust can't answer that question for you. They snatch him up 24 years later. Chris Melton has been answering the question for 23 years, or 25 at this point. And his answers, lies, 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 lies. A person lied to me one time, I'm done with him forever. If somebody could take an oath before God and get on this witness stand before God and lie, is that somebody you could trust? He's shown police multiple times he's willing to lie. He said 7 times he saw her 10 days and switched it for him. And then he came here and said the same thing. Oh, I was mistaken on the 10 days. You know, Liz, he called her by her first name. He actually has a nickname for her. He calls her Liz. You know, Liz reminded me that it was actually 5 days when I saw her. He's a liar. He's not truthful. Mr. Yalamachili told you, the purpose of a case, any trial, is to find out the truth. You don't build a case to find the truth based on liars and lies. And this is what this case has been. This is very important for you to consider in deliberations. There is no evidence of sperm in this case. I want to make that very clear. You heard a GBI person come up. They talked about sperm for a little bit. We made our objection. And you notice that she never mentioned sperm again. But she also admitted when we were doing examinations that she didn't test it for sperm. In evidence, you will have a sperm test that says there is no spermatozoa. So when the state tells you this is a rape case, his DNA is in her mouth, his DNA is in her mouth, okay, how? How? This is a rape case, it's in her vagina, okay, there's no sperm. We don't know, it's 24 years later. But they have to prove that. And I want to make it 100% clear. If they say it's rape, they have to prove it is rape with evidence, not speculation, and I told you this during opening. Not with because we say so. It requires evidence. Count 8, rape, as I just mentioned, I want to make it clear. No assumptions, no stereotypes. You make your decision based on evidence. The state wants you to rely on assumptions. They want you to make leaps. Not inferences, they want you to make leaps. They want you to assume things. They want you to have stereotypes. Base it on the evidence. And when we chose you as jurors, when Mr. Faust chose you as jurors, we chose people that we felt followed procedure, respected the law, and were required evidence to be presented. Aggravated assault, same thing. They have to prove that it's Mr. Faust. And finishing up, I thank you all for your patience. Just want to make sure I cover all bases. I believe I addressed the whole drainage theory. It is not possible. And don't take my word for it. Take it, Ms. Hinkle's word for it. It's not possible. 3 days is the max. Ms. Baker was killed on a Friday. Chris lied and said he saw her on Sunday. It was really 10 days, but we'll say 5 days to be nice. It's not possible. And they probably knew it. That's why they didn't ask Ms. Hinkle about anal, because they knew she would have said, well, it's only 3 days. The theory doesn't make sense. And again, they did ask her, and she said, well, for it to reset in the anus, it requires penetration. Drainage is not an option anymore. They told you in opening, that's how it got there. It's not an option anymore. The science says otherwise. Trust the science. You don't have to trust us. Trust the science. They brought in evidence that Ms. Baker showered daily. That's something that you need to keep in mind. Dr. Falzone, he was the medical examiner in this case. I just want to make it clear. He has made clear there was an anal sexual assault. State can't dance around that. He made it clear the injuries were consistent with sexual assault to her anus. Count 11, arson in the first degree. Again, they have to prove that Mr. Faust committed that offense. Possession of a knife during the commission of the crime. Again, they have to prove Mr. Faust. That's the only question. Has the state presented enough evidence to you to say that this was Mr. Faust? Judge is going to give you instruction on credibility of witnesses. Remember who was honest in this case. John Newton, he was honest. Bill Teeter, he was honest. The physical evidence, it is honest. The science, it is honest. In all of those, and I'll say two, the physical evidence and the science supports Mr. Faust's innocence. The physical evidence and the science supports, not even the physical evidence and science, the physical evidence, the science, and his statements support Chris Melton's guilt. But I made this clear in opening. You're not here to decide whether or not Chris Melton committed this crime. So in deliberations, don't say, well, do we think Chris Melton did it, or do we think Mr. Faust did it? Your only focus is, does the evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt? If you say maybe Mr. Melton did it, maybe Mr. Faust did it, the vote is not guilty. We discussed that. Now I want to talk about something that I think is significant in this case, and I'm sure you're all aware of this because we talked about it in jury selection. And we also talked about it in opening. One of the biggest pieces, there is a bill that was passed in this a bill that was passed in this case, and Ms. Bigham talked about it. I told you in opening that it was the fame, the lights, being the superstar police officer that closed this case that led them to say, hey, this is somebody we could put as the face of Ms. Baker's death. But I want you to consider Mr. Faust is put on the news as the bad guy. This case, he hasn't been the bad guy once in this case. Right? The worst you've heard about Mr. Faust in this case is the indictment. They spent, and listen, I took to heart when people said, hey, we got stuff to do. We got to get out of here. We can't stay here 6 weeks. We can't stay here 8 weeks. We can't stay here 4 weeks. They spent 7 days defending Chris Melton. Think about how long you've been here. They spent 7 days on Chris Melton and 2 days on Mr. Faust, maybe 3. I'll tell you in this case, the reason this case is the way it is because the state didn't expect anyone to care about Mr. Faust. They didn't expect anyone to do the work for Mr. Faust. They did not expect anybody to take Mr. Faust's case seriously. Once they showed, hey, this is the person that committed this terrible act, what they expected was probably a 2-day trial. Expected some guy to just come in here and say, oh, this client is terrible, we don't care. They expected you all to come in here, and they truly, they expected you all to come in here and say, hey, his DNA is enough, I'm done. That's what they expected. That's the only reason they would bring you a case so weak. And that's why we said in opening, speculations aren't allowed here, right? We have to follow the law. We have to look at the evidence because they wanted you as jurors to just say his DNA is enough. He did it. He did it. That's it. That's our case. And that's why they spend so much time in opening talking about these numbers. Oh, it's so big. It's this, it's that. Because they want you to say, we don't care about the evidence. His DNA is enough. The state could do that. You are the protectors of this community. We don't do that. If we put people away, we put them away with evidence. It's rules to the law. They have to follow the law. And you tell them, bring us the evidence. Because we're going to do our jobs. We're going to abide by our oaths. They want you to convict on emotion, speculation, assumptions. They want you to believe Mr. Faust has to explain his DNA. The judge is going to tell you he absolutely does not. And the way she's going to frame it is Mr. Faust doesn't have to present any evidence. They have the burden of proof. And thank you for your patience. I am wrapping up. I just have I ask you for a few more minutes. 16. The next principle I'd like to discuss with you is the presumption of innocence. That is a very, very, very powerful principle. In America, every person that has to be charged with a crime is presumed innocent. And we do that for humanitarian reasons. It would be terrible for someone who didn't know anything about a case to presume that someone is guilty, to presume that someone committed something just because they are charged with the offense. That would be considered inhumane, because not only would that happen to me, that would happen to everyone. So when we became a country, in our Constitution, it was written that every single person charged with a crime is to be presumed innocent. And again, I told you, it covers him from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. So the state's evidence could rip off the chest plate of that armor of Mr. Faust. It could rip off an arm. It could rip off a leg. It could rip off the helmet of that armor. But if there's a piece on the elbow, if there's a piece of armor left on the knee, just as Mr. Faust walked in here and met you all 3 weeks ago, that presumption is not guilty. So how much evidence does it take to rip off that suit of armor? And who has to present that evidence to rip off that suit of armor? And we've already discussed that the state has the burden of proof. And the next principle I would like to discuss with you is the burden of proof. The state has all the resources, okay? Mr. Faust is a single individual. All of us are single individuals. The state, they have the power of the state. They have the money of the state. So when it comes to bringing cases, they have the power. They have the resources. That's why they have the burden of proof. So where's all the evidence that they have to marshal in with so much power to say that this person committed this crime? It's not a flip of the coin. It's not a maybe I believe he did it, maybe he did it, he might have did it. They have to bring in so much evidence that it rips off that entire suit of armor. And that standard is known as proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and we discussed what proof beyond a reasonable doubt means. The judge is going to tell you the lack of evidence. The lack of evidence. If there's some evidence you want to see that you don't see, the lack of evidence is a reason to doubt. And you tell the prosecutor, you didn't prove your case. Don't ask me to convict someone when you don't present the evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your verdict. This is your courtroom. It is your decision as a body. And I told you in opening, I was going to ask you individually and as a body to render a not guilty verdict for Mr. Faust. You're going to get a verdict form, and I believe but you're going to receive a verdict form, and I'll show you the verdict form once we get it. And it's going to have a line. And it's going to say, we the jury find Mr. Faust, and it may say defendant, it may have a generic term, not guilty or guilty. And you, individuals, will write in, not guilty or guilty. All 12 of you on the jury panel have to agree to a verdict. Don't surrender your verdict. If you feel that your position is truthful, whatever it may be, don't surrender your verdict. Don't say, okay, it's 4:45.
The gilf. Hello to the gilf. The gilf. The gilf is on fire. Lift that roof up. The gilf. The gilf. How are we doing, Lady Law? We're just on verdict watch, my darling. Have you watched this trial, Lady Law? Because this is bonkers. This trial is bonkers. Hey, Marilyn, have you just come out the shower? Do you have a good shower? I hope you did. Oh, Right, let's listen to this. The closing. It's nearly finished. Listen a little bit more.
On a Friday, I'm ready to go home. Thank you. Let's just go ahead and check this off because I want to go. Don't do that, because once you render your verdict, that's it. You can't come back and fix it. You cannot come back and fix it. So you took an oath. Follow that oath. I know each and every one of you will, because otherwise Mr. Faust would not have chosen you to sit on the jury. He would not have chosen you to decide his fate. I took an oath as well, and I didn't stand up to take my oath, but I also took an oath. And I'm going to have things to tell you. The prosecution is going to get up. They're going to make their argument. But due to the rules, I cannot say another word to you. This is my last time. This is Mr. Faust's last time having an opportunity to say anything to you. So they're going to say things that I am going to disagree with, but I won't have another opportunity to speak with any of you. I may think of something later that I forgot to say. But Mr. Faust trusts you. He trusts you with his life. We trust you. I want to thank you for your time and your devotion to this community, the United States of America, as well as the state of Georgia. In regards to malice murder, which is count 1, we ask you to vote not guilty. In regards to felony murder, count 2, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to felony murder, count 3, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to felony murder, count 5, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to burglary, count 6, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to aggravated sodomy, count 7, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to rape, count 8, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to aggravated assault, count 9, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to aggravated sodomy, count 10, we ask that you vote not guilty. In regards to arson in the first degree, count 11, we ask that you all vote not guilty. In regards to possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, we ask that you vote not guilty. Court's indulgence. And forgive me, I skipped count 4. Count 4, felony murder, it's the exact same thing. We're asking that you all vote not guilty. There was something that I didn't mention. I was trying to be considerate of you all's time and kind of get through the argument. But there was something said by Agent Bigham, and I'll end on this note. She stated that Chris Melton's DNA was supposed to be there. There was her statement to you all when we asked about the DNA. Something that isn't appropriate in this case is to assume that because someone is a boyfriend and the timeline doesn't fit, that they are entitled to someone's body. Ms. Baker could tell Mr. Melton no. His DNA being there doesn't automatically mean he has access to her. And I would tell you all to reject that statement from Ms. Bigham, but also use that to judge her credibility. She would rather tell you that Mr. Melton's DNA is supposed to be there despite it being in a place he said that it shouldn't be, right? They're saying, hey, this guy may not have committed this crime. She chose Mr. Faust's DNA as the DNA that shouldn't be there versus the guy that told her, yeah, my DNA shouldn't be there. That isn't anything that she did. But I submit this case to you all. I want to thank you all for your time, your attention, and your patience with me throughout this trial. On an ending note, if I have done anything to offend anybody, please forgive me. Hold it against me. Don't hold it against my client. I truly apologize. I promise you it was not intentional. But again, I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for leaving your lives to hear this case. We trust you. We ask that you find Mr. Faust not guilty.
All right, thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. It'll be good time for a restroom break. There are refreshments in the jury room for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be adjourned for 15 minutes. You may rise and go into the jury room. Don't deliberate on the case. Thank you.
People are saying that the chat keeps deleted. It's not. The only person that deletes the chat is Sarah P. She's the only one. The bots don't delete anything. It's just Sarah P. It is. She's in the background. Delete. She's a mofo with deletions. She's very prim and proper. Sarah P. is. So right. No movement in there again. Let's have a look. Make it bigger. That's what she said. Right. Oh my days. How long do we think this is going to last for? How long do we think this is going to last for? Bullshit. She's not here to defend herself, so I can say whatever the fuck I want. Do you know what I mean? I love taking the piss out of Sarah P when she's not here. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Right, hang on. I gotta do this thing. I gotta send a message. Beep 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 beep. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Beep 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 beep. Okay, done. Right. The moment we walked in the joint bar. Shit. Oh shit. I blocked it the other day. I just timed her out. Now I can't get this thing up. I can get a thing up. I can't get that thing up. Hang on. Webcam. There it is. Right. I think we're gonna be here for a few hours tonight, people. I think we're gonna be here for a few hours. That's for sure. Now, I am not sure. That's fine. The person who just messaged me, that's fine. Right. Same pit. Oh well, same. What? Who's got a bat? What? I'm lost with the chat. I'm lost with you, chat. I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's fine. What do we watch? Right, I don't know what I'm doing now. Josie's supposed to message me back as well, Josie. Fuck's sakes. Entertain you. What's the song? Entertain me. Let me entertain you. Bam, bam, bam. Let me entertain you. This is normally when I take the top off, start waving it. Let me entertain you. That's where the mods get angry at me, so I don't do it. Dave, the only person guilty in my opinion is the judge conspiring to work with the state of Georgia to put away an innocent man. She's a piece of shit. She is, and so is the DA, Dave. The prosecution and the judge are disgusting. So, yeah, for whatever reason, Bex loves to see me strip. She loves to see me strip. There you go, I'm entertained. So I do send Bex some man boobs from time to time. She enjoys it. I don't know why, but she enjoys it. I think it's the hair around my nipples. I don't know what it is. I was hoping that when they asked to stay, they were maybe getting close to a verdict, but I don't know. I don't know, Jugs. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to tell what the jury are thinking. Do you know what I mean? You can never tell what a jury are thinking. You would think if they were close, then you know they wouldn't need to phone home. They'd be like, right, we're close, let's just do it. But maybe there's a few holdouts or something. I really do. It's the hair. I told you, pick for a pick. Do you know what I mean? Bex is quite selfish like that. She all wants my nudes, but she doesn't share. Selfish. I was all in for the man boobs when I first joined. You were. That's why we had to put them the odd occasional man boob flash, because they were for just Jen, just Jugs. You were horny for the man boobs, but we've cooled down a bit. We've cooled down a bit. I'm losing weight. I lost £5 this week. £5 this week. So losing weight, good. I weigh less now than I did all of last year. I think this is the least I've weighed in over a year, so I'm happy. I don't have the hair. It makes me self-conscious. I started watching a new school shoot appearance trial this morning before you started. I forgot his name. Colin Gray. I'm just not into that trial purely because I just can't get. I don't understand the pew stuff. It doesn't make sense to me, so that's why I don't watch it. I may have another trial tomorrow. Oh shit! What have I done? Oh no! What have I done? Standard. Just leave it standard. What the fuck have I just done? Oh no! Oh shit! I've done something. I don't know what I've done. Oh fuck! My screen. Shit! I put my headphones down on my keyboard. I'm still burnt out from Uvalde and school trials. I know. I'm done with that as well. Oh, I know. If the trial I'm looking at is starting tomorrow morning, if it does happen, I'll stream it. But I don't know yet if it's going to be on TV, on stream or not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. It's a hard knock life for us. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba. Right. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Do you know what I've been trying to be decisive on everything, but I'm a bit indecisive about some stuff at the minute. It's a trial. I don't know if I'm covering it yet or not. It's a Florida murder trial, so I don't know if I'm going to cover it yet. I don't officially know if it's going to be live streamed or not. But it's been something I've been kept an eye on for a while. If it is going to be streamed tomorrow, I'll probably stream it. But I'd rather not say what it is, because as soon as I say what it is, people fucking, not you guys, but other people just seem to want to stream the same one. So I don't know. It might be on The One Crime tomorrow. I'm not sure. It was being delayed for a while, but jury has just been selected today. So it took a week to get a jury. It's a cold case in Miami. It starts tomorrow at 9:30, but I don't know if it's going to be streamed or not. So I'm trying not to look into it too much because it might not be streamed, so it's pointless. So, but if it is streamed, we will. yeah, I got a few things to think about, but we shall see. Right, I need to check some stuff on here on YouTube. Guess who's back? Back again. Katie's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Katie's back. No one's lurked for a while now. What's going on? Oh, the shooter dad trial, Colin Gray is oh, and the other one. Shit, what's the time? It's called midnight. Bollocks. Oh, sorry, no need to tell. No, it's not that. It's if it was definitely been on, Marilyn, I would tell you. But if it's not been streamed, I just won't bother saying it. Also, I'm very conscious. If I tell you the name of it, you are one of them. I would say 90% of you will go run in to look for the whole trial. So I don't want to spoil it. If it's been streamed, I'll stream it. But I know you nosy bitches will go straight to look for it, and you will spoil it for yourselves. So trying to go into it, I know a little bit about it, but it's wild. It's a cold case. It's wild, but I don't know too much about it. And I know you're all nosy bitches, and you'll be straight in there googling everything. So, and Marilyn, please never tell me sorry. You do never need to apologize to me, ever. No sorries anymore from you, please, because you've never done anything that's insulting or anything. I think the Crumbley's conviction was ridiculous. I hate parents being charged for the actions of their kids, but this one might be different. I need to see play out and hear both sides. Yeah. Just where I don't get it, there's a lot I don't get with it. I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I just think there's a lot of things that play into it. And also, they named the trial the Appalachia shooter, school's dad. Oh no, Court TV, I think, named it something. Let me have a look. I think Court TV said something which turns me off already. Wrong one. That's not good. That's not good. So the Court TV call it. Oh, I hate this bitch. I hate this bitch. Oh, I hate Julie. I hate her. So they call it Court TV in this mofo here. They call it GA versus Colin Gray. Gave my son a gun murder trial. So they're saying that he gave him, like, why? What are you doing? They keep doing this all the time. And I hate that bitch so much. Well, you can't see the title, but the title is, here is, gave my son a gun murder trial. So already biased, he gave the gun. Maybe he did, I don't know, but jeepers. I am an empath, so it's what I do, lol. Okay, no sorries. I just want you to do what is best. Thank you, I appreciate that. And I just want you to know, I'm never insulting to you. It's just, sometimes I speak my mind without thinking of other people. I think out loud. And sometimes I offend people. I'm purposely going to offend you, Jugs, or anybody else. Well, I will offend some people because I don't like them. But I do like you, Jugs. There are definitely people that I don't like that come into this chat. So I would tell them, I would insult them. Bad Daz is in the house. He will give Lovely a back rub. I'm in a spa. So I've only been to the spa once. And I fell asleep. And I got ill. Because I was really full of knots. And they said that you had to drink water, but they never told me that. So I got ill from it. Marky's back. Bed healthy or pizza? Bed healthy or pizza? Oh, I don't know. Bex, I eat like a child. Oh, Bex wants some food ideas. For you, something rice, pasta based. Do you know what I fancy is some like boiled rice with chicken, barbecue chicken or something like that, you know. I could do with some of that tonight. Get that bitch off the screen, I know. Let me get her off. Yeah, I don't want her on. Fuck, what am I doing? Beck says he does think out loud, you bitch. I know, I do. That's why he's quiet a lot too. I am quiet. I'm introverted, so I am quiet. I'm very introverted, so I am quiet for sure. So introverts tend to be. But I also speak my mind. I'm obviously a little bit on the spectrum, so I do speak out loud without thinking sometimes. That's why I call you a cunt, Bex, because I always tell the truth. So it's tough, especially when you tell the truth all the time. It's tough because you hurt people's feelings. Holy shit, man, people are nuts. Thank you, Marilyn. Father took out wife and kids at hockey rink. What the fuck? Whoa, what's that? Oh, shooting in Rhode Island it is. No way. Father took out wife and kids at hockey rink. No way. Shit. Do you know what? I'll buy rotisserie chicken and make sandwiches. That sounds nice. That sounds nice. I had a sandwich tonight. Well, I had a crusty roll, 2 crusty rolls tonight. It was delish. I like bread. That's my fault, I think. I like bread a lot. I like bread too much, I think. But I only eat 1 meal a day. So when I stream, I'm not able to cook that much, you know. Weekends I love to cook. I'll cook roast dinners and stuff like that. I love it because I don't cook in the week because I'm here with you bitches, like, you know, so I don't get a chance. I suppose I could just cook and just leave the stream going, but then everyone's whinging where I am then. So rotisserie ones, yes, they are good, aren't they? I always laugh because of you nutters. You call aluminium or something, don't you? Aluminium. Aluminium. I was going to take some fish sticks, but then remembered I have some chicken I need to cook. Oh yeah, cook. I had chicken breasts yesterday, and broccoli and cauliflower, mashed potatoes and carrots, and gravy, brown gravy, not your kind of gravy, the white gravy. You can leave us to cook, or we can fend for ourselves. Oh, Katie, fucking trust me, you can't. You can't. So, no, I don't know. I don't know. I just prefer getting sandwiches at the weekends. Then I like to do my cooking on the weekends. You know what I mean, aluminium. I still can't believe you call it aluminium. Aluminium. It's aluminium. I don't think it would matter to me. I am the queen of lurking. Yeah, that's the best way to be. It's lurking, isn't it? Aluminium. Us behave, fuck's sakes. You should be in the Congress telling lies like that. I know, Bad Dad's been missing all day. The chat's been quiet. Jonathan started to go a bit loose, and then he left. We just left with you, Bad Daz, and then you left. White gravy, Lady Law loves white gravy. That's if I say to Lady Law, "What's your favourite type?" She goes, "Give me all the white gravy. Give it to me." Honeybee, hello, Honeybee, One Buzz. Is that officially the name? Honeybee, One Buzz. Hello to you. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything is going well for you. I do believe this is your first time on the channel, so welcome. And yeah, we're either going to frighten you off the next 5 minutes, Honeybee, or you're going to love us. It's one or the other. Badaza will do his thing, so if you pass the Badaza test, you'll be fine. Let's try this. Aluminium. I say aluminium. What? Aluminium. I don't friggin' know. Anyway, you say it a bit differently than I do. So, like you say, park the car. Both ways are the right way to say it, Dylan. I was awake from Saturday. Thought it would take them an hour. I know. Thanks so much. I haven't been here in a while. There you go. Well, welcome back. All the names have changed, so I've no idea who you are. You could be a stalker. I have no idea. It's all the names. So if you notice, all the names are fucked up. So I hate it. Like the Crystal Star 27. She's known as Lovely, but she'll always be lovely to me. But it's at the Crystal Star 27. I don't get it. Oh, thanks, sweet of you. What kind of therapeutic touch did you have? Don't ask him that. Fucking hell, lovely. Oh my god. Hi, honeybee. Bad awake since Saturday. Good fucking. I know he's addicted to it. Hi, thanks y'all. Oh, y'all, Texas. Honeybee's from Texas, y'all. Marilyn says, "Oh, I was going to say something, but if we have a newbie, no, don't worry. I always scare everybody away, so don't worry about it. Never change the way you are, people. Never. Erin Hack never has, and she's still a bitch to me. So Erin Hack says, probably not stalker. Probably not. But yeah, you know what I mean. I like to watch trials and stuff. Happy days. Well, welcome to you. As I say, we're all... Oh, no, I can't say this saying again, because Erin Hack says it's not a real saying, so I can't say it. But we're all idiots here, so... But yeah, you're more than welcome. Try and keep it loose. Erin comes in to smash his ego. It wasn't even an ego thing. It was more of a trying to describe why I don't know who anybody is anymore in here. I hate the name changes though. I don't like the name changes. Do you know what I mean? I just wish they would go back to the way they were. So, hi honeybee. Everyone's so nice. Why are you never this nice to me then, people? Bad awoke with a boner and wants to share it with us. He is horny, isn't he? Bad Dazza is very horny. What part of Texarkana? Howdy from near Texarkana? Is that a Texas place then? Is that somewhere in the state of Texas? Oh, so you know Dave. Oh, okay. That's it. Well, we love Dave. I don't know why it didn't change yours, Josie. I don't know. I mean, I think they looked at yours and went, "Oh, we're not fucking about with Josie." Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. So they probably knew the song. I'm lovely and always have been. YouTube changed my name without any permission. I know, I hate it. I hate that. Lort, lol. What's Lort? What's a Lort? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know how long we got here. Oh, I thought you were from Texas, honeybee, because you said y'all. Everybody says y'all. We automatically think they're from Texas, so that's why. Hey y'all. Sarah P's not listening at all. What's the hold up? Well, the hold up is they've only been deliberating for probably 90 minutes. No, actually more than that now. Probably 2 hours max now, because they were in court for 4 hours. So, or 3.5 at least. And then they took a 15-minute break, recess. So yeah. So 12 is 5, 6, 7, 8. So, yeah, so they've been deliberating for probably about 2 hours total. Also, Medea, she says Lord, not Lord. Oh, okay. That's long enough. No, I think there's a few people there, from what I assume, why they wanted the testimony. They are questioning the DNA and they're questioning the timeline of whether it's possible for Chris to have been there and stuff like that. From what I gather, from what they've asked so far, anyway. So I don't think this is a slam dunk not guilty. By going by what everyone's saying, last time I looked, law and crime. Oh, actually, let's go and have a look. Oh, she's here. They have. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's why. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Live chat. How do you vote not guilty? 4,000 votes. So it's 32% guilty, 68% not guilty. So it's 2/3 not guilty. So I do think that there will be some people as well on the jury that will be hanging in there, believing that he's guilty. So I think some people can't get past the DNA because they don't understand it. So posh writing, but the name's the same. Tyler Perry. Now, don't know who Tyler Perry is, if I'm being honest with you. Not a Scooby-Dooby-Doo. I know Scooby-Doo though. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Where are you? Marilyn. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Daz has got a boner. So, oh, you know Dave Boston, Honeybee. So that means you're already sound then. Dave Blue Collar Boston is one of our regulars. So as long as you know him, that's fine. You deserve a break after the Adelson one. That was a fucking shit show as well. Right, Aaron Hackberg, do they swallow? The ultimate Cornhera. He's a comedian. Never heard of him. Rife is one I like. Watch the Nancy Guthrie stuff. I've not watched a single thing. I saw that the idiot and dickhead JLR was doing it, and he had like 60,000 people watching him live. Like, to be fair, that's fucking impressive. 60,000+ people watching him right there and then live. His streams are getting over 1 million views. Like, fuck. Talk about boners. He must have a boner with that. Gee, he's got over 500,000 subscribers now. I can't believe it. He's a piece of shit. But my handle used to just be KD. It wouldn't let me keep that and made me add the D. Well, because they knew you liked the D, KD. I hear you, I'm good, thank you. Hope you're well as well. Dave T. Boston, Labour's Unit, always a gentleman. Jilla, he's a hot mess. He's a hot mess, but he's killing it. Do you know what I mean? So I can't believe it. Like 60,000 people watching you live. Like that, I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, it obviously does happen, but big streamers. So that's like, whoa, what the frig? Lovely says, oh my god, that's spicy and could get out of hand quickly. I think that's what Bad Dazza wants. KD, oh, Dave Hamburger's in the house. Hamburger. Everyone behave. I've missed you now, Dave Hamburger. Not seen you for a while, Dave. But that's not a bad thing, Dave. Where's it gone? Let's put Dave in the chat. Ichtmal, yeah, I've seen that he is doing it as well, but I don't think he's doing as well. Maybe he is, I don't know, but and there's several streamers covering it. To be fair, loads of them. But we'll talk about JLR, the piece of crap he is. Hang on. Oh, hang on. Look at Dave. Dave's the first one to say lurk. There he is. He's lurking. Let's see what lurk says. Dave is now lurking. They will be missed. Now we can bitch about them. Let's fucking go. Let's bitch about Dave. Let's bitch about Dave, baby. Let's bitch about you and me. Let's bitch about all the good things and the bad things. Bye, bye, bye. Let's be. He's currently got. JLR's currently got 30,000 people watching him. And his last video was 1.1 million views. What's the other one called? Ichtmal, is it? Oh, it doesn't look like he's live at the minute. He was live 2 hours ago. But yeah, he's not getting it. He's getting like 100,000 views, which is very, very good to run. And JLR's getting like 1 million views on videos. So yeah. Anyway, fuck 'em. What's Dave saying now? Who don't you watch? JLR's a convicted felon. Iqbal who snipes JLR, that child's wild, I freaking love it. Yep. I'm not a fan of Iqbal. I think he came in very hot to the Karen Reid case as well, because he was all about she was guilty, and I know that. I think I ignored him for a while because of his hatred for Karen and his hatred for the people of Boston. Right. It amazes me the large amount of people who simply blind trust watch. I know, I agree. I don't watch any of them. So that's the best way. I always only watch sport, so I don't watch any of these people. The only reason I know JLR is because I got in a bit of a feud with him, and he messaged my parents and stuff, DM my parents and stuff. He's just a psychopath. Just a psychopath. Well, trial one, he covered it, and he was very much anti Karen Reid, because I remember him having a feud with everyone online about it. He just went straight, fuck everybody. I remember he was very much hated. Not sure how accurate this is, but someone told me that JLR made $800 in the first 10 minutes of his live stream yesterday. It probably did. When you get in like 60,000 plus people watching you, that's, yeah, without doubt, that's true. Because you only need some people to send some, you know. But also, if he's, what do you call it, super chats, then obviously YouTube would take a cut to that. So, you know, JLR definitely has a record. I think he was in prison for like 10 years or something. Anyway, right, move on for that. Yeah, sorry, before I do move on, he's in the Guinness Book of Records as the most, he's sued so many people, the Pope, Bill Belichick, everybody. He even sued the, what do you call it, the Guinness Book of Records as well, after he was in it. So, my parents, he DM'd my parents saying they should be ashamed of me for being out in Boston protesting. Right. Are you on live chat, Josie? Are you on live chat? Right. Let's have a doobie. Na. Let's have a look to see here what we can find for Edrick Faust. Right, let me cut this here then for a second. Not nearly enough folks watch. Oh shit, hang on, I need to change myself, otherwise you won't be able to see what I see. And let me make it bigger. I can sometimes make it bigger. Let's make it bigger. Not nearly enough folks watch. Oh shit, watching the fast day calling GA versus Edrick Faust. Too busy watching reality TV, I guess. This is reality. This could be you. people need to watch so the injustice gets exposed. I don't know that Mr. Faust is innocent. I do know that the state of Georgia didn't even come close to proving his guilt. But I'm pretty confident that Faust is not innocent. Right, okay, sure. Cardinal Williams has special guest Lisa Figueroa. I don't know who that is. From Florida defense team. No idea who that is. Moons over Harmony. Okay, so this is the video. So the defense claims they caught a confession by Chris Melton. The prosecution says it was a mishearing. We're all mishearing it. If I've edited the clips side by side, so you decide. So these are the clips. So defense is saying one thing, the prosecution saying something else.
No matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation I may have caused.
Chris
I may have caused, that's what I get.
Melton stated he didn't want to go into Miss Baker's apartment because he did not want to see the devastation he had caused.
No matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation
I may have caused, that's what I hear.
caused.
He did not say, I didn't want to see the damage I had caused. He said he didn't want to see the damage he had caused.
No matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation I may have caused.
I may have caused, that's it. What the... surprise, surprise, there's prosecutions lying again. Surprise! They're fucking pieces of shit. To be fair, I never caught that in real time. So, do you know what? I don't think the jury did either, probably. So, it probably doesn't make any difference. But if you haven't come across Infamous Sylvia from either Edrick or YSL, check her out. She is a fantastic source of information on both cases. Show some love for all her hard work. Jury wants to stay late tonight. From Kat. Kathy says it took hours for the jury to listen to the playback testimony they requested. They're now gone back to the continued. Changing people's minds. What's changing people's minds? So there's more people now voting guilty for Edrick than there was. Okay, this is Infamous Sylvia. Let's see her replies. Jury's done listening, so there's no update, basically. No updates, fine, sure. Okay. So anyway, that's where we're at with that. He mentioned in closing, he did, but so did the prosecution as well. They both mentioned in closing, and the defense said, he said I, and the prosecution said he did not say I, he said he, and pointed to Edrick. So unless they specifically heard it, it's a nothing burger because both of them covered it. And unless you heard it, and I didn't hear it until afterwards. Obviously now I can hear it clear as day, but unless the jury actually heard it themselves, I don't think they will believe it, both of them, because one of them's lying. Because one says he did say it, the other one said no. So unless he heard it, can't really take anything for face value. So, right. Okay. Let's put something on then, once I do this. Because my voice is going. My voice is going. Wait, JLR message your parents. The fuck? Yeah, he messaged my parents on Facebook asking them. So, the backstory was, like, you got Julie Carpenter and all the people I spoke about earlier on, the people that hate me, and there's some other people in Colorado and stuff like that. They were trashing me for being in Boston, blah, 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 as they usually do. And they tagged JLR in to say, this piece of shit's out there, he's running his mouth. And then he just contacted my parents and said, yeah, your son is out there making a fool of himself, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, whatever. But again, where does it start from? From the trolls, the wine mums, as always. Right, what shall we do for a thingy matter? Hang on. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. I gotta do that. Let me put this up then, when I can find it. Bear with me, because I can't find the friggin' thing now. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, ba da ba ba da bam, 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 bam. Ba da bam. Here we go. So for me, they're saying all of that. I know, grow me up. To be fair, I don't think they've seen it. It went into the junk thing when I checked after I got back. So they haven't got. They're not tech savvy, so they. I don't think they saw it. They haven't said anything anyway. So that is just a reminder. This is the hand of Chris Melton, where they said that he just peels stuff off his hands. Basically, that's what all the scratches are for. So yeah, interesting. Right. What was the thing I was trying to look for? Oh, here we go. Right. Have you all heard about the woman who was found guilty in the murder of her sister? She buried her sister in the back garden. I knew nothing about this, but her sentencing was today. She pleaded guilty, I believe, but her sentencing was today. So I've lined it up so we could show it at some point today. So here we go.
Give her life.
So a woman who killed, buried sister in backyard to be sentenced. They have caused what? Am I missing something here? What am I missing here now? Right, let's do this anyway. Hang on, let me change this. Screen, I will do. Let me change this and put in. We're still on verdict watch. So put that on there.
Without any hope of parole. I want her to die in prison. I want her to be miserable. She's made the rest of us miserable. She deserves no mercy. If she had a chance, she would probably fulfill other threats that she's made to other family members. So I do respectfully ask that you give her life in prison. I want her to die in prison, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Do you swear affirming the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Joel Wynkoop.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to say, too, that I've known Karen for a long time, over 20 years. When I came into the family with Kathy, that I met Karen and welcomed me into her home. And she was just the best, the nicest. And Sophie, of course, before she passed away, her mom. And just a great family to know them. And then when Deborah came into the picture, Karen let her come into her home and live there for free, and everything was great for a while. It was nice. We'd come over, we get to see Deborah, we get to see Karen, you know, have a nice family thing, and then something changed. We would go over there, and then Deborah wouldn't talk to any of us. She wouldn't talk to Kathy's dad. She wouldn't talk to me. She would just walk around with a kind of a dumb smile like that when we would say hello, trying to be nice, trying to be conversational. And then Karen would tell us the things that were going on. in the house. Deborah didn't spend any money. Karen paid for everything. Things got so bad that we told Karen, Kathy's dad and I would tell Karen when she was leaving, because Karen would always say to us, her parting words to us were, Jim, if you find my body, my sister did it. Every single time she left Mom and Dad's house, it was always the same thing. Jim, if you find my body, my sister did it. And I told her, and Dad told her. We both said, Karen, she's got to go. You've got to tell her to leave. Whatever you have to do, she has to leave. I'll help you. Dad will help you. We'll both help you. If we got to get a lawyer, whatever it is, to have her put out of your house legally, we will do that. Karen's answer was, no. No. She's my sister. I love her. She has nobody else. She has no family. I have to take care.
Lady Law was behind on the stream. Yeah, Judy Carpenter. Yeah, all of them. Well, yes, you cook one. I don't know who Nancy Guthrie is. I don't even know who the fuck she is. Who is Nancy Guthrie?
And that's what she would always tell us every time. And it just killed us the day we got the call. My Aunt Mickey, Kathy's aunt, said, go over and see if Karen's okay. And as soon as we round the corner, the place is around surrounded by sheriffs. And I told my wife, she did it. She killed her. And we haven't inherited Mom and Dad's house, so we go by there every day. And we drive by Karen's house every single night when I go to check the mail. And I always say, Karen, we love you and we miss you. And we want justice for you. We know you love your sister, but she needs to pay for what she did. And I ask you for just the maximum, everything you can give, because she needs to pay for this. She needs to pay for what she did. And I thank the court and everybody here, and I thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
But that's it, Judge. So, Judge, as you can obviously tell, the state is seeking life in Florida State Prison. She scores a minimum of 246 months. This case is as close to a first-degree murder case as I've ever tried a second-degree murder case. We believe we have or had the motive, the forethought to kill, because she had expressed it, but we were unable to find a way to get that evidence admitted, obviously. But it was very clear from the victim in this case that she was scared. She was concerned that this woman was going to do exactly what this woman did to her, which was to kill her. And so, Judge, we believe, while it's not charged as a first-degree murder, this case shows ample premeditation, and we would be requesting, Your Honor, that she get the maximum sentence under the law on this charge, which would be life in Florida State Prison. Thank you.
Judge, I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Terry, but I would absolutely object to the court considering anything about what they think they could have charged, what they wanted to charge. What this court should consider is the evidence that was presented during the trial, the jury's verdict, which is guilty of second-degree murder, and anything that the court has heard or listened to from the PSI, and anything that the court deems to be relevant from regarding victim impact statements here today. But we would certainly object to the court considering anything such as this should have been premeditation if only we could have found a way to get the evidence in. That would not be appropriate for this court to consider. Can I have just a moment to consult with my client?
You may.
I don't know anything about this.
Ms. Patton would like to make a statement to the court, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you go.
Your Honor, thank you. I do stand here blameless for this. I do and intend to appeal the verdict. I do also forgive everything that I just heard in here that was a lie. Heavenly Father, I know that you are in sovereign control over this situation. And even though I understand that the verdict is in and that you are going to pronounce sentence, I am going to continue to fight this. That's all I have to say.
Anything else?
Judge, I just ask that you consider, as I stated earlier, the facts that were, the evidence that were introduced in the trial. Also consider the PSI that's provided to the court. The only correction that I do have to the PSI is with regard to credit for time served. They only calculated the time after Ms. Patton was returned from the Florida State Hospital.
Didn't they recommend life in prison?
I'm sorry?
In PSI, wasn't it life in prison? Was there a recommendation?
That was, Judge.
Yes. The credit for time served is 1,723 days. Ms. Patton is 72 years old. We're asking that the court sentence her to the 25-year minimum sentence, as this court is required to do, and also take into consideration the fact that she did spend 2 years at the Florida State Hospital as a result of mental illness, and I think that sort of coincides with the evidence that the court heard during the trial, which was that Ms. Patton, for a period of time, was sociable. She was pleasant. She was perfectly fine. And then there comes a point in time where her demeanor changes, her life changes, and that is when things start to change in the relationship between her and her sister. So I think that that coincides with what the reports are that sent Ms. Patton to the hospital back in 2022 as well. Thank you for your time this morning.
Can I add anything at this point?
Nothing else? That's it?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I remember this evidence. I remember this case when it first came in. The cold, calculated way that you perpetrated this crime. You say you stand there blameless?
I do.
Nobody else agrees with you. And I certainly don't. The jury certainly don't. And you'll be judged someday. If you're a God-fearing person, then you should fear God at this time. Because your crime is irreprehensible. The evil that walks among us is envisioned by what you did. When I watched the video and saw you just calmly take the shovel and walk back into the house to bury your sister's body, it's unfathomable.
Should have watched the whole thing.
This is not your time to speak. It's your time to listen. And I think you may think it's a joke. Well, enjoy yourself for the rest of your life, because I'm going to mandate you to go to prison for the rest of your life. 25 years, that hasn't been mandatory. Credit for all time, credit is due. But you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Adjudicated guilty if I haven't already done so. That's all I got to say.
Well, each sit down.
Vincent.
Fuck's sakes. I was just saying, let's watch a UK one for you all now, because I know how some of you get horned up for the UK judges. So let's play this one, see what happens. Oh, who's that? Raynat just subscribed. Thank you, Raynat. Thank you very much.
And you may remain seated for the time being. Dealing first with the background, you are now 45 years of age. You have no previous convictions. I have to sentence you today for a large number of offences, 56 in total. All of the offences for which I must sentence you are serious, some extremely so, involving, as they do, crimes of a sexual nature, directed mostly at young children, some of them very young indeed. You committed these offences over a period of 13 years, beginning in 2011 and continuing until your arrest in 2024. You pleaded guilty to all of these offences at the first opportunity, and you are entitled to a 1/3 reduction of the sentences that would otherwise be appropriate. The offences come to this court by two different procedural routes. The first group of offences, 26 in all, appear on the indictment and are referred to as counts on the indictment. The second group, consisting of 30 offences, were committed to this court for sentence and are referred to as charges. There is no significance for today's purposes in the different...
I don't know what it is, but you women love the wig. You women love the wig. I mean, this guy, if you were there, he would... Whew. I won't say too much.
You were born in North London into a law-abiding family. You are highly educated with a first degree followed by a master's and then a postgraduate certificate in education. In October of 2007, you started as a high-level teaching assistant and IT support at St Mary's, a primary school in Finchley, here in North London, remaining there for 10 years until June of 2017. No doubt all relevant checks would have been carried out before your appointment. No concerns were expressed whilst you were working at the school, so far as I'm aware. Immediately after leaving the primary school, you began working in 2017 at what became the Bright Horizons nursery on the Finchley Road. Your role was described as an early years practitioner, and with grim irony, I note that you were given responsibility for the safety and welfare of children at the nursery who were between 2 and 3 years of age. Staff at the nursery were issued with iPads for good professional reasons. It was in May of 2024 that some of your colleagues became concerned on discovering that you were using your iPad to film some of the very young children left in your care when they were in distress, if, for example, they had wet themselves or hurt themselves.
So that's why, Jugs and Andrea, you're here with my sexy British accent. I get it.
You then set that footage to music for your own grotesque amusement and entertainment. Your colleagues' concerns were taken seriously, and you were suspended following an internal investigation. That led to the police investigation and your arrest on the 11th of June of 2024, initially on suspicion of child neglect. Your home address was searched following your arrest, and a number of digital devices were seized, that's to say your computer and several hard drives. Examination of those devices provided the shocking evidence that has given rise to your prosecution. The examination revealed that from as long ago as 2011, you had been behaving in a sexually deviant manner, mostly, but not exclusively, focusing on the young children in your care. Turning to the offences for which I am to sentence you today all came to light because you chose to record your perverted activities. There is no evidence before me, however, to suggest that you have sought to share or to upload any of that material. The police investigation revealed that you'd had amassed over a long period a very large collection of pornographic imagery downloaded from the darker recesses of the internet, covering every aspect of sexual activity and involving all ages. Your appetite for this material was substantial and not limited to imagery portraying child abuse. Your appetite for this material helps to create and to sustain a dreadful market. A number of the offences before me today reflect this aspect of your criminality. The imagery offences, as I will describe them, fall into two principal categories. The first is those that are based on your own recording of children, and indeed adults. And the second category consists of imagery that you have downloaded from the internet. In the first category are counts 2, 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, and 20, and charges 1 through to 9, and 16, 17, and 18. All are offences relating to you taking the images yourself. Of these offences, those in counts 4, 6, 8, and 11, and charges 1 and 6 fall into the most serious category of this type of offence, involving, as they do, you manipulating pornographic images from the internet to allow you to superimpose the faces of children who were in your charge when you worked at the primary school, adding vile and offensive text to personalise the material. You were there actually producing imagery as opposed to simply recording or downloading. In the second category are the offences relating to you downloading indecent images of children. These are reflected in counts 20 through to 26. These offences are further distinguished by analysis of the gravity of the images themselves and whether they are moving or still. You had downloaded 280 videos and 1,204 still indecent images of children, some extremely young, falling into category A because they depict images of penetrative sex. Counts 21 and 24. You had also downloaded 83 videos and 1,214 still images depicting non-penetrative sexual activity, falling into category B, counts 22 and 25. And 24 videos and 23,376 stills comprising indecent material, falling into category C, counts 23 and 26. All of this material serves to confirm your sexual obsession. The material recovered from your computer and hard drives revealed for the first time something of your aberrant behaviour when you were teaching at St. Mary's Primary School. There were 3 strands to that behaviour. Charge 1 relates to you creating indecent images. You had taken and manipulated 14 images of a young primary school pupil between February of 2015 and November of 2019, superimposing that child's face onto the face of an unknown female child being raped. The precise date when you filmed or photographed the pupil is not clear, but your obsession with her is all too clear. You manipulated the digital imagery further to add foul text, suggesting that you were in some way participating and involved in the activity. Charge 2 is a similar offence with the same pupil, introduced into a series of pornographic stills. These were created in 2018, after the young girl had left the school. You were still obsessing over her, it would seem. Charges 3, 6, 7, and 8 are similar offences relating to 2 further pupils. The second strand of your offending whilst at St. Mary's relates to your installing cameras under the desks of some of the young girls who were pupils there. You tried, sometimes successfully, sometimes not, to capture images of their underwear. Charges 4, 5, 10, 11, and 12 relate to similar offences of what is now termed upskirting. Your offending has not been confined to the primary school and the nursery. Charge 16, taking indecent images, relates to imagery found on your devices. Charge 17 relates to videos taken covertly by you of the same teenage girl, semi-naked in her bedroom. Charge 18 shows the same young girl with imagery manipulated once again to purportedly show her engaged in sexual activity. The metadata indicates that you created this footage in June of 2013. You appear to have developed something of an obsession with this young girl, as police found some 2,000 images of her, not all indecent, but ones taken by you, suggesting that obsession. There were, in addition, some 50 videos covertly recorded by you of her when she was in her bedroom or in her garden. Charge 19 is rather different and relates to your sexual assault of an adult. Police found video and still images showing you sexually assaulting a woman who was known to you as you film yourself touching her breasts. The metadata shows that this occurred on the 9th of July of 2011 between 2:55 and 4:30 in the morning. Offences of voyeurism, that is to say, watching a private act in order to gain sexual satisfaction. 7 of those offences were committed by you in your own home. These are charges 20 through to 26. You had set up a camera in the bathroom and bedroom in your home. You recorded 3 women using the lavatory. You, Mr. Chan, had committed a large number of serious and troubling sexual offences between 2011 and 2017, but these were non-contact offences. You had limited yourself to looking and watching and recording, but you had not touched your victims, with that one significant exception. That all changed in 2017 when you left the primary school and took up your position at the nursery. Your offending escalated and became far more serious. Counts 1 through to 20 reflect that offending. There are 5 counts of assault of a child. The assaults lasted for between 30 seconds and 1 minute and 6 seconds. There is nothing in the material placed before me to suggest that either young child was physically injured. These offences carry with them a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. These are counts 3, 5, 7, 9 and 10. I will treat these as the lead offences, and I will pass sentences upon them that reflect all of the offending for which I have to sentence you today. The linked filming counts are counts 4, 6, 8,
All right,
11,
Mr. Back on the record. Oh, thank you. You may be seated, everyone. Thank you. You have a note? All right. Thank you. This is number 2. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Easy enough. All right, we're on the record, and one of the jurors has requested to leave at 8 o'clock tonight, and so they are seeking permission to adjourn, which I'm certainly going to grant for them. Could you have the foreperson come out? Thank you. And let's not have the camera on her. I'm going to ask her a question at the bench. Thank you very much. I know you know that.
Okay, so we're back tomorrow. Let me set up for tomorrow already then. So
Thank you for your note. We're certainly going to grant your request. Any thoughts about what time? Typically we start at 9, but it's been a long day. Do you have any thoughts about what might be best for the group? Sure, absolutely. Sure. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much. I'm going to have everybody come on out with their belongings. Thank you for checking.
right, did it say? Did it say?
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience today. I'm going to grant your request and have you go home for the evening. And the foreperson has told me that you all want to come back at 9 o'clock, which would certainly be my preference. I just wanted to check with all of you. So thank you for that. I'm going to release you. The deputies are going to escort you again to the elevator and to the parking deck. Don't discuss the case. Look on social media. Do any research. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning right here at 9 o'clock. When you come in, go straight into the jury room and begin your deliberations when everyone gets there. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so 9 o'clock tomorrow. Fine. Just see if the court say anything now. Oh, so we'll be back off at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I'm quite surprised, but...
All right, the deputies are in charge of how everyone leaves the courtroom, but court is adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Y'all remain seated, please. All right, shut up. Right, okay. We will... Okay, that was a flat egg. But we'll be back at 9 tomorrow. I don't know what any of this means. They just need more time. But it's better they take more time than just, you know, rush it. So, it is what it is, people. It is what it is. Right. I'm disappointed. I know. I'm just setting up the stream for tomorrow. It is, I think it's all set up now already. I just need to change the day 11 on it and then we're done. Done. Save. Country accent, there you go. Reynat, there you go. Thank you for joining us, Reynat. Welcome. Thank you for being a subscriber as well. Right, everyone, we shall see you tomorrow morning. Bright and early. We'll start in, so hopefully we get a verdict tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see. There's a load of them. Lovely. I'm not sure. We'll see. Anyway, everybody, I'll leave it at that.